This is your 1 minute warning. If you're in the hallway, come on in. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch and had time to. JP, the mic is on. I didn't mean to break it. All right, I can hear myself now. All right, I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch and had time to visit the exhibits if you didn't have time to yesterday. Starting off our afternoon general session, I would first like to invite back to the microphone Jamie Ritchie, our national representative, to give us a report from National.
Good afternoon, everyone. She threw me off. I thought maybe she'd start with a door prize.
Well, we always could.
Yeah, I think we should do a door prize. I have her gavel, so now I'm in charge. So I say we do a door prize.
All canes point to Chuck Winstead, winner of the door prize.
No, Chuck.
Give it up for Lee Cazares, who has won the door prize.
Not here. Was she? Was she? She was out in the hall. Leah went home. Oh. She went home.
The lucky winner of the door prize is Cheyenne Harper.
There you go. That's how you win a door prize. Take lessons from her.
I'm excited.
All right, now I guess we'll get to business since we did a door prize. Well, as I had said earlier in the morning, it's such a great honor to be here, and I do send my greetings from President Riccobono and the rest of the team and the national office. A lot of what I had in my report to talk to you about is actually on the agenda, so it's either been talked about or it will be talked about. So my report might be a little shorter than normal, so we'll see here. But so I wanted to start out by talking about some of the ways that you can keep updated within what's going on across the Federation. Sometimes it feels like we're kind of isolated about what's going on in other states or at the national office, but there are several ways that you can keep updated. One of them, the biggest thing, is our flagship publication, the Braille Monitor. It's now being edited by Chris Danielson, and he is really excited to get articles, to change things up just a little bit and get that readership up. One of the ways he's doing that is by the new early access, Braille Monitor Early Access. So that's where you can get some of the articles that will be in the Braille Monitor later in the month, but it's posted early. So you can get that on the Braille Monitor page on our website. Check out that early access to read some of those articles. But he'd really love to get articles from anybody. If you're not a writer, that's okay. all you got to do is call him up and have a little conversation with him, and he will turn it into an article. So if you want, I know Cheyenne, for example, said she likes to be the spotlight. So she could call him up and tell him a little story, and he can turn it into a story and put it in the Braille Monitor. So yes, we would love any stories that you have, whether it's about attending your first convention, your 50th convention, maybe something that's happened in your life that's inspirational or even sad. You know, sometimes we got to read about those sad things that are unfortunate, but they all have lessons to be learned. So
Give me that kind of power, it's going to be the newspaper of Cheyenne.
that's okay. You call up Chris Danielson at the national office, and he'll get you hooked up. You can email Chris Danielson at cdanielson, and that's SEN, cdanielson at nfb.org. We have several podcasts available. Does anyone listen to our Nation's Blind podcast? Yeah. You can get that on your Alexa device. Check that out. It's typically every month, but not always. That's hosted by Melissa Riccobono and Anil Lewis. And they talk about all kinds of interests to the blind nation, whether it's things about legislation or things going on currently in the world, just all kinds of different topics. They had me on there for the first time I think it was December. We talked about dignity. So that was really cool. Not something I'm really comfortable with doing is getting out there and speaking like what I'm doing now. But it's one of those things you got to do, right? So it's a good podcast to check out. The other one is Access On, which is hosted by Jonathan Mosen. He does an awesome job. All things tech. If you like tech, you hate tech, you need to learn about tech, you should check out Access On. It's a great way to keep updated on what's going on with our technology. Coming soon, we're going to have the Walking Alone and Marching Together podcast. So how many of this in this room have actually read that entire book? Woo! Yay! Leadership participants. All right. So that podcast is going to focus on that book, which was written about the history of the National Federation of Blind and Blindness from 1940 to 1990. So those of you in here that were born after that, you really should go listen to it so you knew what happened before you actually came along. But anybody else should check that out. So again, that's the Walking Alone, Marching Together podcast. It's going to be launching here very soon. Some other ways to keep updated with what's going on across the country. Imagineering Our Future is a newsletter that's put out by President Riccobono every month. You just sign up that for email, get that newsletter, and it gives some information on things going on each month. We have presidential releases. Those are very important. Our president's release is done once a month by our president. This is something that every chapter should be playing at their chapter meetings. If you're not, shame on you. I'll be taking names later. That's good. The presidential release, it's now shorter than it used to be, so it doesn't have all the content on there, but it does have some very important information that you should know as a blind person and as a member of the National Federation of the Blind. So make sure if you're not attending that chapter meeting, you're still catching that on YouTube or on the website. You can read the transcription, or you can listen to it through the audio. It also gives you a great way to learn President Riccobono's voice. And since he's not able to come speak to each of us all the time, it gives us a way to learn his voice. So when you see him at National, you can flag him down and say, hey, I know that voice. There is the live presidential releases. Those are done occasionally, more so when there's important information that needs to be shared. So those are done live, and the information is sent out. There was one done just recently on October, I want to say 7th. I might have that wrong, but there will be one coming up in March. So again, those aren't normally monthly. They're just kind of whenever there's important information that needs to be shared, such as legislation, which we're going through a lot of stuff right now. So that's a lot of different ways that you can keep in contact with things going on across the Federation. You also have your social media outlets, Facebook, Instagram, all those that you could check out and follow the NFB on as well. We heard from our Newsline coordinators earlier. So I hope each of you know about Newsline, and you can hop on there and get information. The Braille Monitor's on there, Future Reflections, which is our magazine for parents of blind children. You can get all of that on Newsline as well. Now, one of the things we have to do a lot in this movement, since we are a nonprofit organization, is fundraising. Yes. And funding for everyone is tight these days. And we unfortunately are no exception. We heard about your PAC standings earlier. That's great. I had a different number. Your number was better that she reported at 25. So that's really good. I will tell you, Nebraska's at 5. But anyway, so please get on the PAC plan. It really is important. It's a way that you as a member or even a family member of yours or a friend can just get that small monthly donation of $5 or more a month. We of course accept one-time donations too. That we're never going to turn down money. So if you have a family member, a friend, a coworker, the person on the street, they can just call up the national office and give just a one-time donation as well. The PAC plan is not a one-time donation. That is one thing that people do have a hard time understanding. It is not a one-time donation. It is a recurring payment every single month. And we want you to stay on the PAC plan, not just get on it. So when you give that credit card information, you need to remember, just like you do for your subscriptions, for like Audible or your Google TV or Apple Music, you have to give your new credit card every time you get a new credit card, whether you lose it or it expires. You need to send that information to the national office to continue that PAC plan. So something to keep in mind. A lot of people kind of forget about that these days. It used to be that we did the PAC plan only through your bank account. So it was a lot easier. You didn't have expiration dates on a bank account. Well, with debit cards and credit cards these days, we do. So make sure you're keeping that updated. A couple other ways that you can give. You can round up at Walmart. I've been doing this actually for a few years now for our affiliate. When you check out at Walmart, it says, do you want to round up to the nearest dollar? So, if I check out and my purchase was 91.06, then that means that my affiliate then got 84 cents. It doesn't seem like much, but if enough of us do it, especially on the national level, it's going to add up pretty quickly. Those pennies do add up, even if it costs more to make a penny than it does to spend it.
How do you know specifically that you're rounding up to the NFB and not a different charity that they're supporting?
Very, very good question. She asked, how do you know that you are rounding up to the NFB and not a different charity? Because there are, of course, thousands of charities out there that are on the Walmart Roundup. It's called Sparks Good Roundup. You go in and you select it. So when you check out, I'm trying to remember when I first signed it, it gives you an option about if you'd like to round up to a charity. You say yes, and then you go in there and you select the one that you want. So you would just search for National Federation of the Blind. Yep. Did you have another question?
No.
Okay.
No, I was just, it dawned on me what you were talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm very annoyed.
Okay, yep, another question?
I do.
Yep.
Jamie. Credit card versus debit card with the PAC plan, they charge fees for credit card?
That is a good question. So he asked, with the PAC plan, are they charged fees when you use credit card versus debit card? I honestly don't know the answer to that, but I could sure find out and let you know.
Yeah, just usually fees are, whoever is receiving the money would prefer you to use your checking account so that fees are.
Exactly. Yeah. Those credit card companies like to charge their fees for sure. Now, of course, if you do use your credit card, you're getting charged in interest. So you do want to keep that in mind. But I can definitely get that question answered for you. That's Todd, right?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yep, I will find out and let you guys know. I'll even find out by the end of today and let you know. Another way to give that doesn't take any money. Can you believe that? All it takes is your time, which you're doing right now, and that is volunteer hours. This is something that you can sign up by contacting the national office, or your state president can sign you up to keep track of your volunteer hours. So anytime you attend a chapter meeting, you give a presentation at a school, you attend a convention, you sit at a booth, anything like that, those are volunteer hours, because we are all volunteers, right? None of us are paid to do this job. Or if you are, I need to talk to you, because you got to figure out how you're doing that. So we keep track of those hours, and it's just based, if you're there for 30 minutes, it's 30 minutes you keep track of that month. And then you go in and you fill out a simple form online, or you can contact Belinda Hooks at the national office. She'll even fill it out for you, and just tell her, hey, I spent this much time working on Federation business this month. That is a huge way that we get money back. So we can turn that in, and then the NFB technically gets paid for all of our volunteers. So in the past, we've had a lot of those hours counted. Unfortunately, people aren't doing it as much anymore. It is so easy to do, but we're down about 20,000 hours a month. So if you do anything with the NFB, even I made my husband sign up for it. He doesn't do as much as I do with NFB stuff. He does way more than he thinks he does. But if it's 30 minutes and if it's an hour, it doesn't matter. Send it in and mark those hours down, because that all gets counted at the end of the year, and then they submit that for funding. So that's a great way you can give back and help support the NFB without even spending any money.
Jamie,
Yes.
I was probably chasing a squirrel, or someone was whispering in my head while you were speaking. Sorry. I used to get a reminder or something from the national office, and
Of
they
the
have a lot of hours, but I'm not getting that reporting thing. I just need to go on the web. Is that what I need to do?
You can contact Belinda Hooks, or I bet you can even let Angela know here, and she can get you set back up with that.
Sandra, she has your NFBK email, so you should be getting those emails.
Haven't seen any.
Okay. Yeah, but and if you like I said, if you don't get that email, or you just don't want to go online, you struggle with the website, whatever, just call Belinda at the national office, and she'll just write you down right then and there. So
And if they do send them, how often are those sent?
they are sent monthly.
Okay.
Yep, you get an email reminder every month saying that, please go complete this form online. There's a link right there. So yeah, you should be getting that monthly.
Another thing, if you forget to track for a month, you can go back and
Oh, sure.
whole year and update it for the year.
Absolutely. You can go back and track from the whole year. Some people used to do it just by year, but they actually prefer if you don't, because it is easier for them, of course, to accumulate that data each month. So if you can, please do it each month. However, if you skipped a couple months, or, the summer got busy, whatever the case may be, as long as it's done by December 31st, or I think it's January 1st, technically, that's great. So you can always go back and do it for another month. So we talked about funding. What does all this funding do? And we talked about this a little bit earlier with the PAC report. What are some of the things that are funded by like our PAC plan and things like that? What does the National Federation of the Blind do for us that we need to raise this money?
Free white cane program.
All right, that's a big one. That's the one that a lot of people talk about, is a free white cane program. You can get a free white cane every 6 months. That's one of the NFB canes. That's not a D cane, which I'll put a plug in for that, but that's a story for later. What's that?
Legal work.
Legal work, absolutely. That's legal work on the national level. That's legal work in DC. That's even legal work in your local communities. If there's something going on here in Kentucky and you need to contact the national office to get legal advice, or if they need to get involved, that pays for all of that. And that stuff is not cheap. If you've ever done anything legally, you know it's not cheap.
Also, college scholarships funded by the NFB.
That's right. We award 30 different academic scholarships every year in the amount of $8,000. And that application will be coming out December 1st. So if you are a student, Cheyenne, you can get the application online, apply for that scholarship, and hopefully become a finalist. Yes.
Also, Kenneth Jernigan Scholarship.
Yes, Kenneth Jernigan Scholarship. That helps people attend convention, especially first timers. But for anybody, if you're needing a little assistance to attend convention, that's a great way to do it. Think of anybody else? Anything else?
That's fun.
Yes, the Sun Fund is our rainy day fund. That's kind of more done by donations that we give specifically to that fund. So that wouldn't be like something like PAC or something would support, but it is one of our funds. Yes.
The free slate and style.
Yep, free slate and stylus. Yep. One of them that I love, and maybe a lot of people don't know about, is the Braille Pals Club for the little ones. They get a free book every month, and they get a little pal to read with when they first sign up, a little stuffed animal. We also have the Early Explorers program, so they get a free white cane, and then they also get instruction material for their parents to help them to learn how to use that cane. So those are both funded through the NFB. Yes, Braille letters for Santa. Yep. I think we've changed it to the winter letters. Yes. So it's a little more inclusive, and you can get those in English and Spanish. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we do in the NFB. I mean, we haven't even touched on any of it. You know, you think of the support to veterans, seniors. You know, we talked a little about students and youth, but just so many different things that we do within the NFB that you might not even think about on a day-to-day basis that we need that funding for. And so that's what all this stuff goes towards. It's not that we're just paying the salaries of people to sit in an office. You know, the funds that we raise are being used on you and I every day. And people that we don't even know. You know, people that aren't members still benefit from our services. Bless you. Because you do not have to be a member to get things like a free white cane. Anybody can get that free white cane. That's not just a member. Yes.
Hi, this is Karen. I just have a quick statement on that.
Okay.
I wish they had a way to make sure that person that is getting the free white cane really needs the free white cane. Only because I was a membership person one year, and I was calling people in Kentucky that recently got a free white cane.
Yep.
And they want to join. And the guy goes, "Oh my God, my friends did that to me years ago." So, and that bothers me.
Okay, so she's saying, just so I know we have Zoom on, I think, and people in the room. So she was saying she wishes there was a way that we could kind of monitor whether or not that person actually needs a free white cane, because we do get the list of people that get free white canes because we can use that as a membership building tool. And she said that she had contacted somebody one time, and their friends had signed up to get them a free white cane as a joke. So they weren't even blind. That's very unfortunate. I know that there's been issues with people ordering canes, like state agencies ordering canes for their staff just to have. And that's not what the program's for. It really is for, now if that staff person is blind, that's totally cool, but we're talking about sighted staff just having it. This program is for blind people. And there is no qualification either. You know, you don't have to submit anything. So that is really unfortunate. I don't know if there's a way that we could tighten that up any. Might be something I'll definitely mention to President Riccobono, because that's a really good point. I never even thought about that before, because you could just go on and fill out that application. So yeah, that's really sad.
And I also have one more quick moral type question. I had two grandbabies.
Mhm.
Neither is your blind, but they're both on YouTube. They are so interested in my game. Would it be bad if I ordered them and just once for them to have?
So you can order a cane and pay for it, but you really shouldn't do that through the free cane program.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
glad you said that.
Yeah.
I will try to do that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm-
Yeah, so she was saying she had a couple grandkids that are really interested in the cane. But yeah, you can, or see if there's somebody that has a used one that they're not using, that's shorter, maybe. Yeah. So, yep.
Can you explain a little about what the National Convention scholarship, like first timer scholarship thing covers?
Yes. So the Kenneth Jernigan Scholarship Fund is the application comes out in early spring. They make a determination, or your information has to be in by April 15th. I know that. I don't know the exact date it comes out. I'm not positive on that one. But it will cover, you tell them kind of what you're needing, and then they meet and see if it's possible to either fund your whole convention experience or maybe just part of it. You will need letters of support from either your chapter president or your state president, somebody who does know you. There is preference given to those first timers, but anybody can apply, and definitely encourage you to do so to attend convention.
Not just the first timer.
No, preference is given to first timers, but you don't have to be a first timer to apply. Yeah. Yep. So. Talking about convention, might as well mention right here's a good place to mention it. The next year's convention will be in Austin, Texas, July 3rd through the 8th. So there were a lot of people this last year that I personally heard from that said, well, I'm not going to convention this year, but I'm going next year when it's in Texas. So if I counted up all those people, I mean, we should probably have a convention of like 10,000, right? Because everybody said, I'm going next year when it's in Texas. So I hope all of you are going to be there in Texas with us.
What's so special about Texas?
I don't know. Austin, we haven't been to Austin. So it's just a different city. And we've been to New Orleans a couple of times, not really in a row there, but within the 2020s. So yeah, so just something different place to go. Experience some live music, maybe barbecue. And then after that, well, we're in Austin for 2 years, and then we get to go to Chicago. Yes. Yep. Yeah. And then a hop, skip, and a jump up to Chicago there for you guys. So yeah. All right. So I'm not going to talk a lot about the legislative stuff because I know you do have some reports coming up on that, and some specifically for Kentucky. Just a reminder that we do have several bills out there, and you have no co-signers currently from Kentucky. So, yeah, I hear you there. And there's lots of stuff going on right now. So, some of our stuff, unfortunately, is not high priority. But just keep pushing on them, keep working with them, and trying to get them to hop on some of those bills. Personal stories are the best. If you have a personal story about something that you can talk to your specific senator about or congressman, that's the best way to do it. All right. Well, Madam President, I guess unless there's other questions, that's basically what I have to report. Is there any other general questions? You can always ask me later, but I'm gonna find out the application date for the Kenneth Jernigan Scholarship, and I'm gonna find out about debit and credit cards for Todd. Oh my gosh, how could I forget the museum? That was back when we were talking about funding, and I totally skipped over that. Yes, the Blind People's Museum. So we are trying to get a museum going. We're still in the planning phase, trying to figure out exactly what we want this museum to be. So that's where you can come into play. Not only do we want your money, we want your ideas. What would you want to see in a museum? Are you wanting to see a physical museum that you walk in and touch stuff? Or are you wanting to see more of a digital museum where you can go online and see archives of Dr. Tim Brooks' readings or materials, some of the stuff he wrote. So we want your ideas. We want all of them. And you can contact the national office and submit those ideas. Well, that's really what we're needing right now. Of course, we do want your money. It does take lots and lots, $30 million to do something like this. But we really want your ideas, though, too, because we want to make this museum for us, about us, and to educate future generations. So this is our museum, and so we really want to give input into what we want to see in this museum and how it should be presented. Are you wanting braille and audio and tactile and everything? Are you wanting just one or the other? We want everybody's opinions. And so please send those opinions along. And then if you know anybody who is interested in history and would want to do a little donation, of course, those are accepted as well. So, and there's naming opportunities and things like that for people that give the higher amounts, but we'll take any amount for funding that museum. All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you guys so much. You were such a great audience. Oh, I need it. I'm full. Go into the museum.
Hit that button.
Stand up and give us a little shimmy if your name is Angela Stevens. You've won the door prize.
Is she in here? Oh. Draw again. Draw again.
And the cane points to Kat and Engel, winner of the door prize.
Nope. All right, draw again.
This door prize goes to Susan McGinnis. They've won the door prize.
One more time and then we're moving on. Oh, hey! All right. Well, thank you so much, Jamie, for all of that wonderful information. Our next presenter, we heard from yesterday, but I would like to again invite Ryan Jones to the microphone to talk to us about what's next for JAWS after 30 years. Ryan.
Yes, right here. I need one of the handhelds for this speaker.
Hey, JP, can we get one of the handhelds here?
A handheld mic.
Oh, a
Do we have
handheld mic.
I've got one. I've
Yeah,
got one
that's
for
all
you.
I need.
I picked up one.
Perfect.
That works. Thank you.
That'll work. Thank you.
Do you need both of them?
No, that
Okay,
one's good.
Let me turn this one off.
Yeah,
Never mind.
sorry. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, again. And I get the illustrious time of 3 o'clock, which means it's nap time after lunch. So if the dogs are snoring or people are snoring, I won't take it personally. And I'm just connecting a speaker here again like I did yesterday. So I know a number of you were here yesterday, and I talked a little bit about AI and some of the journey that we've been on with JAWS, Zoom Text and Fusion, from an AI perspective. And so we'll touch a little bit more on that today, but we'll also talk about some other things that are coming up and happening with the products. Does anyone know this year? I'll turn that off. This year's an anniversary for JAWS, Zoom Text, and Fusion. Does anybody know what anniversary that is? 30 years. So older than some of you, and some of you you're thinking, I wish I was 30 again. That would be me included. But 30 years, and I do always have to qualify because someone always calls me out on this. It's 30 years for JAWS for Windows, because there was JAWS for DOS earlier than that. And so it's 30 years for JAWS for Windows. In fact, I saw on a technology mailing list recently, somebody was promoting JAWS for DOS and saying if you were interested in old assistive technology, I think they had some place maybe where you could go download it, or you could go download some of the previous audio cassette recordings of the trainings done, even when Ted Hinter, one of the original founders of JAWS, was recording those. So certainly a lot of great history, but really history is only as good as the history books, because what really matters to us and to each of us who use these technologies is what are we doing in the future? What does the future look like? How do we keep up? How do we keep ourselves productive and gainfully employed and able to use technology in the new world that's shifting around us? In fact, I did a lot of research back in the spring on AI and the impact of AI on jobs, and in particular, the impact on AI on jobs for people with disabilities. And there was a lot of concerning information that I found. And I had conversations with a number of partners, such as with leadership at the NFB and other advocacy and consumer organizations in the blindness field. And everyone agreed there's a lot of risk, but at the same time, there's also a lot of opportunity, because AI is helping us do things more productively and break down barriers that we've had in the past. So the goal is really, how do we balance all of these things to make sure that as we go down the road, we can all be productive in whatever it is that we're doing, school, work, home, whatever that thing is. And so we always appreciate our partnership with the NFB. We work a lot with Jonathan doing the technology work. We have a good, close relationship with the leadership at NFB, President Rick Abono and others. And so we're always grateful for that, and love to learn and listen to make sure that we're capturing the sentiment and capturing the concerns of our community. So coming on Wednesday of this week, the 29th, will be the next official release of the products. And just like, you know, how new cars always have the new year model that's released like 6 months before the year comes out, I always find it funny when like the 2026 cars are coming out in May of 2025. Yeah. But we kind of do a similar thing, but we don't release the new year version until end of October. So the first 2026 versions of JAWS and Zoom Text and Fusion will come out next Wednesday. So our team is working even over this weekend, getting all of that stuff ready. So there's a lot to go on. But as many of you who have used JAWS for a while know, we don't put everything into one release. The initial 2026 that will come out next week we don't finish, and we're not just on vacation the rest of the year. So there's new things coming out in every single update of the product. And usually the products are being updated about every 6 to 8 weeks. But at some point we have to start calling it 2026, and that's what's coming out next week. And there's a couple of new things. I talked yesterday a little bit about some new AI in there called Page Explorer, and we may do a demo of that again, or a different type of demo. But I want to mention something else that's important, and it's important to some of you in this room, I know, because we have good representation here with the American Printing House. But one of the things that we've recently put into JAWS and as part of this release is strong support for multi-line Braille. And I know Braille is important to many of us. And in particular, yeah, good applause. In particular, the Monarch is really important to many of us. And that, of course, is a collaboration between APH here and NFB and Humanware. And so we partnered a lot. We did a lot of, I suspect Ann's in the room. We had a lot of good conversations with Ann and the team at APH, and also the team at Humanware, to make sure that we could provide really good support for using JAWS with the Monarch and have a real true multi-line Braille experience, which, by the way, is very different from those of us who have used single line Braille displays. The whole paradigm is different. The whole way that we all thought about how should we represent Braille, it all had to change. And so fortunately, there's a lot of people on my team that are 10 times smarter than me, and they figured this stuff out, because if it was up to me, we'd still be spinning our heads and wondering what to do. So they figured this stuff out, and that's available now in JAWS to work with the Monarch. And then you heard about the dot pad yesterday. That support also works with the dot pad device as well. But something I'm really excited about, and I want to walk through the process here with you in 2026. So one thing that we've struggled with as a product for a long time is that we didn't often know who the users of the product are. We know how many licenses are out there. We can see data that says how many times JAWS is being started every week and all those kinds of things that are good for us as a business to know. But when things go wrong or when things need to be updated, we didn't have a good way to reach out to people. And so we've seen this become a problem more in the last 2 to 3 years, when companies like Microsoft and Google and browser manufacturers, they're releasing updates to their software all the time, sometimes every week or every 2 weeks. And they all try to get accessibility right, but sometimes they mess up. And sometimes bugs get introduced that then have an impact on a screen reader like JAWS or even NVDA. And so when those things happen, it can have a big impact on us at work or at school or wherever. If you go to launch Chrome one day and Chrome updates and now it breaks something about your ability to use JAWS on the web, that's a really bad thing. And it may not have even been a problem with JAWS, but it still happens and it still impacts us. And this happened this past spring. Some of you may or may not remember there was an update in Chrome and it broke the ability to copy and paste text from a web browser. About 1.5 years ago, another major update broke some critical functionality in the browsers with JAWS. And so these things I feel are only going to happen more because of the fast pace that technology updates. But we didn't have a great way to tell people, hey, we're putting out a special update of JAWS to fix this. Or Chrome is putting out a special update. Go ahead and download it now because it will solve the problem for you. So we are, with the 2026 version, we are introducing registration and accounts with the product. And so that will allow you to register an account with the product, just like you do with any other product. I mean, you go download an app, you have to sign up with an account. You download any software on your computer these days, and you create an account with that software so that you can be communicated to by the company who builds that software. And so we're now introducing that into JAWS and Zoom Text and Fusion, and that will allow us now, if there's a problem that happens in December, we can now email everyone who's using JAWS and say, don't download the Chrome update, or do this to stop this from happening, or we're releasing an emergency JAWS update because of a problem that was discovered. We will be able to contact you because we'll have your email address, so we can send out an email and tell you what's going on and how to fix it, so you don't get stuck wondering why something isn't working the way that you expect it to. The other thing that this does is it sets the stage for some really cool future capabilities that the team is working on. So now if you have an account in your product, think about things that might come down the road, hint, hint, things like being able to back up your settings and store them in the cloud. So if you go to use JAWS on a different computer, maybe you have a couple of computers at work, you switch to another computer, you don't have to reconfigure all of your JAWS anymore. It can download your settings and set it up the exact same way that you have your other computer. Think about AI and how AI is really helping us have a more personalized experience. The ability to have accounts with our products will let us personalize AI. So now when you use things like Picture Smart or FS Companion, like we talked about yesterday, it might be able to remember how you like to use it and remember the types of things that you do and incorporate that as you continue to use it. So it will become more personal to you, and it will learn and grow with you down the road. All of that, none of that works if we don't have the ability to have an account. So this is a big step forward, and it's an exciting step because it's paving the way for a lot of great things to come that the team's going to be working on. So I'm going to walk us through real quick how this process will work, because when you get an update and you install the new 2026 version, you will need to create an account. And so I'm going to walk you through how that's going to work. So I'm using 2026 and I'm signed in right now, but I'm going to sign out so that we can pretend like it's a new, like it's a new installation. And how many of you are, how many of you use JAWS or Zoom Text with the home annual subscription where you pay a fee, it's charged to your credit card every year? Yeah, good. Number of people. How many of you use it from work, like through a work license that's been provided? Okay, few, good. And how many of you have it through maybe Voc Rehab or other agencies that have gotten you a license? Okay, so good. We have representation of all of the above.
Title is JAWS and sign out confirmation.
So
okay button space.
I signed out so that I can pretend like I'm a new customer or a new installation. So when you get the update after next week, when you first run the product, it's going to come up with a window that's going to tell you need to sign in or create an account, and it's going to give you an hour to go ahead and get that process done. And you can do it in a couple of ways. If you have already if you've used that home annual license where your credit card's being charged annually, you already have an account, so you don't have to create a new one. But if you're using it through work, or those of you who clapped when I said if you've got it through Voc Rehab or other agencies, you won't have an account with us, so you will need to create one. And you can do that one of two ways. You can either create your own, enter your own email and create a password, or
sign in with Google button.
You can sign in with Google. So if you already have a Gmail address, you've probably seen this on many websites. Rather than go in and put your own email and password that you have to remember, you can use the button here that says sign in with Google, and you'll just select your Gmail account and it will go ahead and sign you in that way. And it will know your Gmail address and all that. You won't even need to put in a password. If you have that home annual account, you can go ahead and scroll down to the section where you would put in your email that you use to sign up for that home annual and your password. And if you forgot that, it's okay, because there's a handy link.
Forgot password.
Forgot password, because I forget my password all the time myself. So you would go and use that if you haven't logged in a while and forgot your password. So I'm going to pretend that I already have a Vespero account, like one of those home annuals, and I'm going to just type in my email address, rjones at Vespero. Oops, can't spell. Vespero.com.
Password.
I'm going to type in my password, which is ****. So now you all know my password.
Forgot password. Link.
I had somebody ask me one time when I was doing a training, is your password really ****? They were obviously not a screen reader user.
Sign in with email button. Enter. JAWS will run for to give you account.
And then I chose sign in.
Account main region. Heading level 1. Sign into your account. You must sign in with a Vespero.
So once you sign in
with Google,
you'll then be asked to follow a few extra steps. There'll be some demographics. So what's your age range? We're trying to make sure. People ask us, well, why do we need to know your age range? Well, the reason is because to comply with certain privacy laws, especially for students, we can't store any information on minors, or anyone under certain ages. So we have to ask for an age range so that if we determine that it's under a certain age, we don't store any of that information, to make sure we're complying with all the good regulations and the things that are there to protect all of our data. So once you sign in, then the product will run and you will be able to use it as normally. So if you need to create a new account,
create a new account. Enter, create a new account, link, register verdict.
If you've never created an account with us, there was a link there that said create a new account. So now I can go ahead and start filling out some of the information. I'll walk through it just so you all know what to expect. So the first thing it did, it's telling us,
heading level 1, please confirm your birth date.
Please confirm your birth date.
To create an account, we need to confirm you meet the minimum age requirement.
So we need to confirm you meet the age requirement. So we're going to ask you for your month and your year. We don't need your whole birthday. We just need to know what month.
Birth month, enter, register.
So it's a drop down.
January.
I'll choose January. That's when I was born.
Birth year edit spin box required.
And then you can type in your year. Now, I don't know if you want to know how old I am or not, but we'll just pretend. I don't really care if you know how old I am. I was born in 1981.
1981.
So I'll put that in.
Continue button. Enter. Register vertical bar Vispero portal.
And then continue. So now that it obviously I'm plenty old enough to have an account. We've established that. And so it's going to ask me for my email address. So now I'm going to put in an email. And then
For Jones add. TPGI here.
I'm just putting in an email that I know is not already being used.
Continue button.
I've created a lot of accounts for testing purposes.
Verify email vertical.
Now, one thing that's important, once you put in your email,
Verify navigation visited.
it's going to tell you,
Navigation main read heading level 1 verify your email.
we need to verify your email. So we need to make sure that it's a real email address because we don't want people signing up with fake email addresses and nor does any other website or product.
An email has been sent to Jones at TP.
So it's telling me it sent me an email to my email address and I need to go open that email to use a link
Search box.
that's going to
Left.
validate that this
Enter.
email is valid. Now you could do this on your phone if you want, or you can obviously open up your email on your computer and go to it that way. But
Lost focus.
you do need to open your email
Verify
and
account
follow the
sign-in
link.
jobs.
So
Opening dash Outlook.
I'm opening my email and then there'll be a link there that will let me validate the email and then it will ask me the additional questions. And of course the hotel internet's being a little slow. And so
Title is JAWS.
it's taking a few minutes here.
Verify email vertical account inbox JAWS.
There it is.
Inbox.
But you can use a
Inbox
Gmail
dash.
address. Like I said, if you use the sign in with Google, you won't even have to do this step. You won't have to validate because
Home.
it already knows that your email is valid.
Unread.
that
Vispero.
way.
Enter.
But I found the email that was sent to me.
Caution blank. Thank you blank. Please open the link below to verify your email address blank. Link verify my email.
So there's the link that says verify my
Enter.
email.
Verify my,
When I activate or press enter on
verify
that,
email.
it's opening up
Page history.
my web browser and now it's validated my email. And then it has some other questions I need to answer.
First name editor.
So I need to
Enter
enter my
register
first
required.
name,
Required. Brian.
last name,
Jones. Password edit.
and then I have to put in a password. I'll use the same password of ****.
Confirm password.
And of course you have to confirm the password like you do with anything. This is really no different than any other type of product you sign up
Continue button.
an account
Enter.
for.
Save password. Save password. Close.
And then the nice thing is Google, of course, asks if I want to save that password.
Country combo box collapsed.
So, and then I can choose my country. It's defaulted to the US since we're rolling this out in the US only first.
Phone number edit required.
And then it's going to ask for my phone number. So I'm not going to give you all my phone number. So we're not that good of enough friends yet, right?
55.
So I'm just going to type in something here. 555, yes.
555.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 867-5309. All right.
5555.
So I put in a phone number
Please select ...
and then it's going to ask me a
Oh.
few other questions
Cool.
like where are you using this software? Are you using it at home, for school, at work? We just need to better understand how people use or what environments
School.
people use
Oh.
the software. And so I just chose home.
Select all that apply group.
And then it's asking, like, what kinds of things do you
Select
do?
all that apply
So
communication.
do I use it for social media? Do I use it for communication? Do I use it
Social media left
for,
information left browsing, news.
like browsing or looking at news, different things? You can check these
Microsoft
based on
Office
how you
products,
use the
left
product,
entertainment, left parent music, shopping and finances,
entertainment,
left
shopping.
other checkbox not did you purchase the product? Comment.
And then it wants
Yes.
to know, like, did you purchase it or did someone purchase it for you?
Join the Vispero.
I chose that I purchased it. And then I have a checkbox to make sure that I'm on the Vispero mailing list.
Create account, but enter. Phone
And
number
then-
edit required.
Create account.
Phone number.
Oh, it looks like I typed in-
555 enter.
I mistyped in my phone number.
555-155 blank.
Sorry, let me type in I probably typed in too many digits and it didn't like it.
Phone number edit required as top of 55.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And
So it will validate that you at least type things in the right format.
Required. 555 equals dash. 550.
All right, let's try that.
Virtual PC phone number required edit 555-555-12334.
There we
account
go.
Enter. Create account button. Register vertical bar with register visited list of right list end. Navigation.
Okay.
Main read heading level 1 registration complete.
Registration complete.
Thank you for being a Vespero user.
So now my account is created and I could log in with that email and password that I created. So it should only take 2 minutes or so. If I could have typed my phone number right, it would have taken me about a minute or two to create this account. And now I'll be logged into JAWS or Zoom Text or Fusion. And now we'll be able to communicate to you when we need to give you info about updates. And then we'll be able to apply more personalized features down the road as we go through this further on. So that's a big change that's coming that I want to make sure people know about with 2026. And that will be a benefit to all of us as we go forward. Any quick questions on that process?
329.
I have a question.
Yes.
It's not about the process though.
Sure.
So when it comes to Fusion, is there a way that you can use JAWS separately from Zoom Text, or do they have to be used together?
So the question was, with Fusion, can you use JAWS separately from Zoom Text, or do they have to be used together? The answer is yes. You can absolutely use JAWS by itself. You could use Zoom Text by itself, or you could use them together as Fusion. So if Fusion is installed, there'll also be an icon for just JAWS. You could just launch JAWS by itself or just launch Zoom Text by itself. So you don't have to run them together. That's the nice thing about Fusion. You can use any of the three products really at that point.
So if Fusion like automatically launches when you turn the computer on,
you could just shut it down and then just run one or the other. Exactly.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Good question. Yep. Just highlighting a couple of other things as I conclude my time. There's an AI labeling feature that's coming out in JAWS 2020. This is just part of JAWS. And it's an AI labeler when you come across form fields or other types of things on the web that are not labeled. Is anyone ever using the web and you come across something that says like unlabeled 0 button?
Yes.
Or it says edit and you don't know, what am I supposed to put in here? So those are things that trip us up. So we added some AI in that can try to determine what that thing is for. I'll just show you that real quick because it takes only a few seconds. So I have a form open, a sample page, and it's got some edit boxes. And when I jump to those, JAWS just says
edit.
It says edit. There are 3 of them in a row.
Dog's name, edit, edit, edit.
And they all 3 said edit. So I don't really know for sure what it is that I'm supposed to put in here. My cursor is on the first one. I'm going to press this command for the AI labeler, which is insert in the letter G as in graphic. And it's going
to edit field. Oh.
So it took about a half a second and it said first name edit. So it identified this field as it's probably a first name edit field.
Forms accessible home.
And now when I move to that edit box again with JAWS,
Wrapping edit, edit, blank. First name, edit field, focused edit, blank.
It says first name. Now there was a second field. There were 3 of them in a row. I'm going to try it on the second one.
Edit. Middle initial, edit field.
Middle initial.
Forms.
Oh, now it's making sense. So what do we think the last one might be? Last name.
Edit,
let's try it. Insert G.
Last name, edit field.
Yep, we were right. It was last name. So those 3 boxes, JAWS identified as it thinks that they should be first name, middle initial, and last name. And now every time I come to this page or this website, it will call those out in the right labels now. It won't just say edit, edit, edit. It will say first name, edit, middle initial, edit, or last name. So it remembers the label. When you tell this to label something, it will store that. And next time you come across it, it will give you that label to help you when you come across those buttons or other things that aren't labeled. So you can use it on any website. when you come across something that's not labeled, you press Insert G, and it will automatically use that AI to label it. So there'll be more to come with that capability, but that's just kind of getting us started in labeling things that are not done properly for us. So I know my time's about done. Any other questions before we wrap up?
This is Danielle. I have a question about that.
Okay.
I work in APH. I do digital accessibility, so I do a lot of testing documents. Does that, if say a form, like if you have a PDF, if it has like, you know, an edit field and for some reason it's not labeled, can you do that with that, or is that only on the website on web pages?
It mainly will work on a web page, but if you have a PDF and you open the PDF in Chrome, it would work. So PDF, you can open it in Chrome or your browser instead of Acrobat Reader. And if you do it that way, it will work because now it's in the browser.
That makes sense. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Brian, if the HTML is done sloppily and there's no
No,
unique
but-
ID field, attributes for anything, is it going to be smart enough to pick that up?
Yeah, it's actually not even using the code because JAWS already tried to use the code to figure it out. So it's using a screenshot and it's using other AI heuristics to try to figure it out. So even if the code is not well done, it's using it's using AI vision technology to try to look at the whole page and interpret, just like someone with their eyes would do, to interpret what that's supposed to be.
Is that for combo boxes too? Or just
Yeah, anything that you come across that's unlabeled.
And this is just on your your own computer.
Correct. Yeah, this is for me. So if someone else is using that same site right now, they would have to do it. But you never know, down the road, might we be able to share those kinds of things? That would be pretty cool.
I think there's
All right.
one more question in the back.
Yes. What question? Was there any other questions? Okay. I think not. All right. Well, thank you all. We appreciate you being here, and please let me know if we can ever help.
Brian, I had a quick question.
Oh, okay. Sure.
When you're talking about the edit fields that aren't labeled, suppose it is mislabeled. I run across that a few times. Would it overwrite that? Like, where you think it's the first name and it isn't, because the next box it might be, your Mr. or Mrs.
Right. So if the form is maybe labeled, but it's mislabeled,
Right.
it will still try to use its own. It will basically assume it's not labeled right when you run it. So it will then use its own heuristics or AI to try to determine what it is. It won't default and say, well, the label shows it's blah, 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 so I'm not going to override that. It will automatically assume it's wrong until proven otherwise. So, yeah, good question. Good question. All right.
Yes, let's get a door prize. Thank you so much, Ryan. That was wonderful.
So door prize is a blinking charger, an organizer by your bed, and a Uber card.
Do you sell that?
Yeah.
Oh.
While we are drawing the door prize, can Anne please make her way up to the microphone?
Congratulations to Joe Hodge, who won the door prize.
Joe, are you in the room?
Yeah, he is. He's in the back.
Nice. All right. Next up, I would like to introduce Anne
Lancaster.
Lancaster. I am so sorry. Knew it was an L. Lancaster from APH, who was going to give us some updates about what's new at APH. So thank you so much, Anne.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see all of you. Every time I come into this room, this is my second year. Thank you for inviting me back. I'm struck by how much is happening and how many leaders there are and how many movers and shakers. And it's pretty amazing. A lot going on right here in Kentucky, right? A lot of really cool things. So just the folks in the room, first of all, I think Ryan knew I was here because I'm the one that was loudly applauding the multi-line feature of JAWS in the back. I have to tell you all, you're NFB, so I've got to tell you, but The moment we were able to we created a video to launch it, had a shark swimming through the water. It sounded like Jaws music. And then a monarch butterfly lands on the shark's nose and does not eat the butterfly, I have to say. So that was good. But at the very end of that video, we were able to put the APH logo and the Humanware logo and the Vespero logo. And if you told me like 8 years ago that I would ever see the Humanware and the Vespero logo side by side on anything other than a conference program, I would not have believed it. But I think that the partnership that NFB has demonstrated on this project is infectious. I think everybody's on board. Everybody sees where we're headed. Vespero, thank you for being one of the first leaders to do this. We've been working with a lot of folks saying multi-line's coming. You got to get ready, got to get ready. Vespero took us seriously, and they were the first ones across the finish line. Yay, good work. And yay for partnership. And then I just also acknowledge we've got some APH staff here in the room. Can you play a drum roll on your table so everybody knows where you are, please? Yay. I know Joe back there, we could probably do song lyrics to that too for us, right? Yeah. But I really am happy to be here because your partnership, it means everything. Your advocates, your family members, your teachers, your parents, your leaders. And you remind us every day at APH why our work matters. And we thank you for the strength of your voice, for your support of Braille, of tactile literacy, and especially for standing beside us and with us as we've brought Monarch into classrooms and workplaces across the country. So thank you so much for that. Now, I know I was invited to talk about what's new at APH, but I love to break the rules. So I'm going to start out by talking about what's old at APH, really old. We're going to go all the way to the back to a man who was from Kentucky, who had a very wild, stubborn, visionary idea, Morrison Hetty. Y'all remember Morrison, right? Okay, well, he deserves to be remembered every now and then, don't you think? Morrison Hetty was born in 1829 in Spencer, Kentucky. He lost the vision in his right eye when he was struck, this is from a book, because you're not going to believe this when I tell you. He was struck by debris from a wood chipper. Then he lost his vision in his left eye when he was kicked in the head while he was playing leapfrog. And later on in his adult life, he became deaf after he was thrown from a horse and he hit his head on some rocks. So our friend Morrison was probably not the luckiest person in the world, right? But he was brilliant. He was a poet, a musician, a writer, a composer, an architect, a philosopher, an inventor, and depending on who you ask, he was a bit of a character. He once designed a self-operating chair that could read to him. He tinkered with talking machines, and he even built gadgets that could help him make better coffee or navigate his home in his town. But most of all, he was a man who believed that blind people needed books. And in the mid-1800s, that was the radical idea. There were no real embossers or presses for blind readers. There was not even really a shared system, a common system for tactile writing, because Louis Braille was just inventing his code at that time. And there was very little public imagination for what blind people could achieve. But Morrison Hetty did not care about that. What he cared about was knowledge, and he believed on it, and he acted. He wrote letters, he rallied partners, he found money, and when there wasn't a machine to make the embossed print that he envisioned, he invented one himself, a coal-fired, steam-powered press that he operated from the basement of his alma mater, the Kentucky School for the Blind. Now, I want you to think about this for a minute. This was a blind man in the middle of the 1800s, the Industrial Revolution, the railroads expanding west, and the nation on the brink of a civil war with itself. And he builds a machine that will one day change literacy for millions and millions of people over several generations. And because of his vision, wonderful things happened. And in 1858, the American Printing House for the Blind was founded to fulfill that need that he championed. So yeah, I started my What's New talk with a history lesson, but just hang in there because we're going to come full circle. I'm going to talk to you about 3 important things that are shaping the next chapter of APH. And these 3 things will connect directly back to Morrison Hetty's spirit. So first of all, the DOT experience. If you've been anywhere near APH or Frankfurt Avenue, you've probably heard the construction. We get to hear it every day, don't we, APHers? Yes, all kinds of sounds, a lot noisier than pounding on the table too. We have been under renovation for what seems like forever, but I'm thrilled to share that we're in the final stages of construction, and the DOT experience will be opening about this time next year. We can't wait to welcome you. We're so excited about this. And my colleague Erin Gibbons is here, and right after me, she's going to give you a deep dive into the DOT experience, and I'm not going to steal her thunder. But what I do want to talk to you about is the why. And I think it's important to think about the why as you're working on your museum project too. For generations at APH, we've been trying to tackle one of the toughest and the most stubborn barriers of all, and that's the barrier of expectations. NFB2, right? All of us. We've tried campaigns, carefully crafted messages. We've elevated the stories of blind people doing extraordinary things. And at NFB, you've had like marches and rallies, and you've talked to Congress till you're blue in the face. And I think you've sued a few people. And all of those things have helped, but we all are still running into the same wall, this bias that has been around for centuries. And it's a problem, not just for society. It's a problem for APH. Because if teachers have low expectations of kids, then how will they ever rise to their potential? And that we can do the most excellent job of creating the tools and technologies that kids need for a great education. But what is all that for if they graduate and they can't get a job because of those nagging, outdated perceptions? So the DOT experience is our chance of coming at this problem in a new way, not through another message or a rally, but through a personal experience. Now, this is, I promise you, not the kind of experience where we blindfold people for a dinner. We all have seen how that can make things much worse, right? We put people in the dark and they kind of stay in the dark after that, don't they? But we want the kind of experience that brings them into the light, that opens up their mind's eye and shows them that their perceptions, that everything they thought was true about blindness was just flat out wrong. The DOT experience is going to help people see blindness differently. It will show that inclusion and accessibility is not just about fairness or empathy. It's about innovation, creativity, and better outcomes for all of us, even sighted people like me. And we're not going to stop there, because the DOT experience isn't just a museum. It's going to be a leader in public access, a learning laboratory for innovation, and a global virtual classroom that reaches around the world. So when people leave the DOT experience, they won't be feeling sorry. They'll be feeling empowered, and they'll realize that inclusion makes life not just better for others, but also themselves. And this is where all of this is going to be born, tested, and shared right here in good old Kentucky. Yay, right. And this brings me to the second big thing, the monarch. And, I want you to think, we've got to start thinking about the monarch as just a device. The monarch is a whole ecosystem of things, right? But I can happily say that thanks to your partnership, we now have over 1,300 monarchs in the wild. 1,300 in 1 year. They're in classrooms, they're in the hands of kids and adults, and they are changing lives. Through the Monarch Student Pilot Project, and this is where we have provided to kids in school and to their families, the loan is to their families, not to their schools, Monarch devices that they can use for free. But we've learned so much not about the people who are using it. These kids in this program, God help us, they are tenacious, right? They don't want to be, Ryan, I think you can relate here. They don't want to be told to wait for what's coming next in 2 or 3 years. They won't stand for that. They want it now. They not only explore the things that are on the Monarch, they purposely break them, and then they complain about it very loudly. They have hugely lofty goals for what the Monarch can do, and they're really upset that we're not working on that right now. I need probably $100 million to do everything that the kid wants to do, because they are tough customers. And you know what? Darn it, they should be, right? They should be able to get the access that they're asking for. So they are teaching us what access is supposed to look like, and it's amazing. And the early data that we have is very exciting. These students with Monarchs are telling us that they kind of like Braille now, and they didn't so much before. And they're more engaged with tactile graphics too. In the past year alone, they've downloaded more than 14,000 tactile graphics from the Tactile Graphics Image Library onto their Monarchs. Now, let me put that in perspective, because before the Monarch, teachers told us they could maybe teach 10 graphics in an entire year. 10. Yeah. And now these same students are accessing tens of thousands in a year. I'm getting chills just right now, just thinking about it. What a difference that is, right? And what does this say about what happens to your curiosity? when barriers to access are taken away. And here's another fascinating thing. We're finding that students use the Monarch more at home than they do at school. So on their own time, they're reading, they're researching, and they're learning independently. And that is the dream right there, right? A tool that doesn't just level the playing field, but it invites exploration, creativity, and most importantly, confidence. And now we're beginning to get Monarchs into the hands of blind adults in transition settings through the Monarch Rise grant, a federal grant to help us do that. So that's college, job training, employment, and we can't wait to see what happens next there. If anybody here is interested in that, please contact APH. We have Monarchs to share with people who are in employment and want to see how Monarch can help them with their jobs. So again, the Monarch is not just a device. This is a delivery system for the education of the future. It's how we meet the demands of the digital classroom, the same classrooms where sighted peers are reading, writing, coding, and creating in real time. This is equity. It is empowerment. The revolution is just getting started. And because of you, the future is already here. So thank you very much, NFB. Thank you very much. And then finally, there's this third thing that we can't ignore. And I have a code for it. I call it the 236. So those of you who know Braille, what are dots 2, 3, and 6? It's a big question mark, right? Yeah, that's the question mark. So at APH, we are right now in a very much of a 236 space. And this is the space of uncertainty, right? It's the world. The world is changing really fast. And we have to watch it every day. We have to learn from it. And we have to pivot as needed. I don't have to tell you what this feels like because you're living it every day, right? There's a government shutdown. There are tariffs that are driving up the costs of assistive technology. There are changes at the Department of Education, which oversees APH, and that's just scratching the surface. You all know what's going on. I know you're paying attention. But every day, there's a new 236 that we have to think about. It's unsettling. But we're not afraid. We're determined. We're determined to move forward because the educational and employment needs of people who are blind mean that APH's work is needed now more than ever before. For us, this 236 space, it's not a place to hide or to cower or to pull back. It's a place to lean in and to do that strategically with focus and with our friends, like all of you right here. So where does that leave us? It leaves us here, all of us together, in this time of uncertainty, but also a time of immense opportunity. And in this moment, I have to say to you very, very clearly, the voices of blind people matter the most. And I know you're facing systems that are better funded, they're way louder, and they're very powerful. But this isn't the first time you've been here. You already know how to win. So let me ask you, so a little call and response here, because this is an NFB conference, and I'd be disappointed if I didn't. Are you willing to give up the rights you've worked so hard to earn? No. All right. Are you willing to sit by and watch the future of blind children be compromised? Absolutely not. Woohoo. Are you ready for a better future? Yes. And do you claim that today in spite of the 236? Yes. I knew you would. Good job. I know you're already doing this. You all are talking to your elected officials or trying to, right? You're working at the grassroots level. You're writing letters. You're volunteering. You're mentoring. Every single one of these things, it matters. Every single thing pushes that future a little bit closer. So now let's circle back to where we began, to good old Morrison Hetty. He did live in a 236 time, didn't he? Civil war, economic uncertainty, social chaos, but he didn't back down. He knew what he had to do, and he hung on to that vision like a dog with a bone. It's very Kentucky, isn't it? Right? He wrote letters, he found partners, he raised the money, and when no one else could make the machine, what did he do? He made it himself. That's right. He didn't just succeed. He showed others what was possible when expectations were low, and the world was very, very 236. And what came from that? APH. And almost 170 years later, I promise, we're still pushing, we're still innovating, and we're still showing what's possible because of that same spirit. So when the world feels like a 236, we got to be a Morrison Hetty. Thank you, NFB Kentucky. Thank you for your partnership, your advocacy, your voice, and believing that the history of blindness is still being written a dot at a time. Appreciate y'all. And I'll hand it over to my colleague, Erin, to tell you about the dot experience. gonna give a door prize.
Oh, you're cozy. How'd you all know? How'd you know?
Thank you. Charging station, another charging station, and
Ooh.
All canes point to Nicole Stewart, winner of the door prize.
Nicole, you won a door prize.
if you win a door prize, please make some noise.
Clap, wave your hands, yeah. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Anne. Next from APH, I would like to invite Erin Gibbons to come up and tell us about the DOT experience. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Anne, for the intro to the DOT experience. It's a really exciting time, a really exciting year, and we're really excited to be here to be able to share some stuff with you. So, as probably a lot of you know, the DOT experience is the reimagined museum of the American Printing House for the Blind, and as Anne said, it's opening about a year from now. So this has been in the making for several years, and we are finally in the finish line. It's going to be a great year. And so just building off of what Anne said, our mission and philosophy of the DOT experience, the mission is really to change perspectives about blindness and empower individual action toward a world that welcomes everyone. And we also hope to lead as a model of inclusive design so that other places, both local and nationally, might be able to look to us as an example, and we'll be able to share some of our work with them. The DOT experience is being designed inclusively. And so when we talk about inclusive design, what we mean is that rather than design and develop something and then add on accessibility features, we are starting with those audiences from the start and really considering all vectors of human experience as we design every element of this museum. And so we are doing that within really unprecedented set of inclusive design standards. And this covers a wide array of people and disabilities. So we will be, we're building it with blindness, deafness, mobility challenges, neurodiversity, strength and flexibility, cognitive differences, and more, with all of that in mind to make sure that everyone who enters our door will be able to have a good experience and an independent experience. And so this includes, of course, Braille. We are American Printing House, as well as ASL, considerations for wheelchair access, both motorized and non-motorized. Manual, that's the word. And really making sure that no one is othered when they walk into our space. And so if you are using a wheelchair, you can still access all of the interactives the exact same way without having to go sideways to reach that. And this also means that we are having a full, we're developing a full tactile flooring language so that folks who use canes or dogs will be able to navigate the space independently and not have to rely on a sighted guide as so many people do right now in museum spaces. We really want to challenge that. And one of our biggest mantras has been touch everything. So rather than a traditional museum where artifacts are behind glass and, you know, it might as well not be there, the DOT experience will have a lot of touchable opportunities, a lot of tactile opportunities. So any artifact that is going to be behind glass, we will have a one-to-one replica of that in front of that so that guests can feel it and experience it just the same. And so, yeah, all of this really drives towards our two main goals of striving for agency and equity. So we really want every visitor to be able to make their own choices as to how they navigate through the museum and what subjects they would like to engage with and make their own, have their own experience that way. And equity, really giving multiple ways for all information to be accessed through that the text, Braille, ASL, and then QR codes that will go to the audio version. And I think one of the essential ways that we see this coming to life in the DOT experience is the orientation station in the lobby. So everyone who enters the lobby will come into this big kind of ovular table that we're calling the orientation station. And that will give every guest, arm them with all the information that they need to make their way through the experience and know all of the different options that there are in the DOT experience. And so their guests will learn through tactile maps, the layout of the space. There will be opportunities to learn that flooring language that I mentioned earlier, and as well as learn where all the QR codes are going to be and where to find Braille and informational stuff inside the exhibits, as well as things like in moments of interactivity in the DOT experience, there is one simple button interface that we'll use each time. And so guests will have the opportunity to engage with that so that as they're moving through the museum, they don't have to relearn time and time again how to use different interactive things. And so all of this, we've really, I think, a main way that we have tried to ensure that we are thinking about a wide variety of people is through our inclusive prototyping group. I know we've got a couple people in the rooms right now. And so that is we're a group of about 15 locals who identify with a wide range of disabilities. And we're so lucky that our design firm is in Louisville, Solid Light. And so we meet there. It's kind of ebbed and flowed how often we meet, probably about every 6 weeks. There's a prototyping session. And everyone comes to Solid Light and has the opportunity to engage with prototypes and give their feedback. And we've really tried to make that space, really safe space where people know that their feedback is welcome and is being heard, and that feedback is being taken into consideration. And I really don't think that there's a single part of the design of the DOT experience that hasn't been driven by a prototyping session in some way. And Danielle, do you want to share a little bit about what it's like to be in the prototyping group? Oh, sorry. We're going to bring you a mic, Danielle.
Here, Danielle, I'm coming to you. There you go.
Oh, perfect. Hold on.
So you want to stand up?
No, I want my daughter way down for a second. Down. All right. So just a little bit, I'll talk a little bit about like what the prototyping looks like. And I'm going to say, Sandra, I don't know if Scott's in the room or not, but if I forget something, you guys are welcome to jump in. So when we do these prototyping sessions, we come in and there's usually a specific goal in mind. Like, for example, one of the first ones was like, we were looking at like the acoustics on like the audio media contents. Like, I guess they're media pods, and I guess that's what we're calling them. And so, when we talk about checking out all the different features, we're prototyping tactile features. Do the buttons make sense? Does the tactile markings on buttons for media pods make sense? Does the audio acoustics, like if you have two of them going side by side, placement of speakers, placement of, Braille on panels, is it vertical? Is it, flat, horizontal? I don't know about you guys, but trying to read Braille vertically, I'm not very good at it. So there's a lot of different things that I'm probably not even thinking about. And if I'm sure Sandra has some other ideas if I've forgotten something. But that's some of the things that we've been prototyping in these sessions. Am I forgetting anything, Erin?
Sounds great to me. Sandra, not to put you on the spot, but do you want to add anything? Okay. Oh, okay. Here you go.
I like the spotlight.
That's okay. Oftentimes, you will hear in the disability community, nothing about us without us. It's a catchphrase. We read it on Facebook, we see it on Instagram, whatever. Nothing about us without us. And when I was first approached about being a prototyper, I had no real clue what would be asked of me. And I walked in there with really no expectation. And while I was sitting here this afternoon and Erin was talking about the information station, and I'm sitting here and I'm imagining the information station because I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. I know what it sounds like. I know when she talked about the buttons, I know my opinion on the button. I know other people's opinions on those buttons, and the buttons are why they are how they are because of what we said. I remember oftentimes Erin and some of the other people from Solid Light use something I said as an example about an artifact that was Helen Keller's. And they wanted it to be flat. And I said, why? It's not really flat. Are the sighted people looking at flat? Well, no, the sighted people see it in a hole. They see it in the round. Well, I want to see it in the round. So guess what? In the museum, it's in the round. And that's, we touched floors. Danielle's dog wouldn't let her cross a particular thing because the dog, instead of seeing it as a way to guide, saw it as an obstacle. So that had to be taken into consideration. And now that feature is gone. So other people's dogs won't see that as an obstacle. I have felt that it was an honor to be a prototyper, to touch, Erin said, touch everything. And sitting beside me, one of my friends, she said, well, I'd like to see a bust of so-and-so. And I'm like, well, it'll be there. And it will. We touched everything. Someone showed me a hand. And it was all smooth and glossy. And it was supposed to represent an old man. I said, this is not an old man hand. This is a young man hand. So they said, oh. So we touched other hands. We touched wrinkles in faces. I mean, we went down to details for clothing. No, this feels like 2000. It needs to feel like 1800. So what we said did have relevance. They listened to us, all of us, despite our many and varied opinions. And I personally think that the DOT experience will definitely be an experience that should be experienced by everyone.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. I really wanted to just share with you all that we really are listening to every piece of feedback that we get. And Danielle and Sandra, I couldn't have said it better than how you all did. So thank you for sharing your experience. I know that we're running a little bit late on time, but just to give you a couple examples of what you'll experience in the galleries, and then I can leave my card, and I'm happy to answer questions after. As many of you all know, we do have the AFB Helen Keller Archives, and we're really trying to show a full picture of Helen Keller. We find that a lot of people have her trapped at the water pump or as an old person traveling the world. And we're trying to fill in those blanks through her own words and through her own artifacts. And so you'll be able to sit behind Helen Keller's desk and feel everything on her desk as accurately as we can to what it felt like at her own desk. We'll also go through some innovations of the field. So we've got the War of the Dots and some opportunities to feel different types of tactile languages that came before Braille. And then we'll go into, we have APH history and schools for the blind. And then finally, we have a commit to change moment where we really ask every visitor at the end to consider how they can make their own places more accessible in really concrete ways. We really want everyone that leaves the DOT experience to be able to go into their community, whether that's their family or their school or their church or anything, and be able to bring those aspects of inclusivity in. And that really just starts with asking the questions and being open to learning. So thank you all so much for having me. Like I said, feel free to flag me down and ask me questions, and have a great rest of your day. Okay, and we do actually have time for a few questions if anyone has any.
Can I just add something instead of asking?
Yeah.
So I'm really glad that you guys have the Helen Keller exhibit, because not only do people either track her at the water pump or as an older woman, but there are a disturbing number of able-bodied people who think she either did not exist or that she was a bad person.
Yeah, that, and I feel like that TikTok trends kind of came up as we were working on this, and it was very surreal to be working with like her actual artifacts and hearing that perspective, you know? Yeah. So it's really cognitive dissonance there. So yeah, I'm really excited to be able to hopefully dispel that myth.
Yeah, because that disturbs me so much.
Yeah.
And it happens too often. There are too many, like, able-bodied people who give their input on how us as disabled people should think, feel, behave. It happens too much.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, we really are trying to have people tell their stories in the JOT experience rather than prescribe a story. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you all. And like Anne said, we're opening about a year from now. We'll have a soft opening at the end of July. And at that point, we'll be able to have invited groups come through and do some final prototyping and testing. And so we'll definitely be in contact with you all as that comes closer. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Erin and Danielle and Sandra, for that wonderful information. Jacob, do you want to give us a door prize?
Yeah, door prize. We got what do we have a cup.
A little shamrock sign. Did you say shamrock sign?
Are you ready for it, Gigi?
No, I'm switching back.
Okay.
I don't just stay on it. I've been listening to the things.
Give it up for Dave Wilkinson, who has won the door prize.
Oh, draw again.
The lucky winner of the door prize is Jamie Ritchie.
I think she's here. Not certain, but I think so. All right. So a little change to your agenda. Next on your agenda, it says we are supposed to be hearing from Evan Hatter from the Kentucky Talking Book Library. However, can you hear me now? Kinda. JP, can we adjust the volume? Is that better?
Yeah, you're just not close enough to it.
Okay, there we go. I mean, I've never once been told I'm quiet in my life, so this is a change. All right, sorry about that, y'all. I was just saying we have a change to our agenda. Evan Hatter from the Kentucky Talking Book Library was scheduled to speak with us. However, he unfortunately received information yesterday that due to current events, they are not allowed to give public presentations right now. So take that as you will. So with that being said, Peggy, are you in here? Can we just move on along to you, please? Thank you so much. So Peggy Sinclair Morris from KSB is going to come speak to us about what's going on at KSB.
Hi, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I was wondering how many KSB alumni and short course alumni are in the room? Yay! Okay, well, it's great to be here, and I really appreciate being invited to talk about what's going on at the school. So the first thing I wanted to start with, the bowling alley. On Monday, they're going to start construction and fixing the bowling alley. So we're really super excited. There's like one person in 3 states that can fix this kind of bowling alley. So it's been a process to get that started, but it'll start on Monday. So our bowling team will be able to practice right on campus. So we're really excited about that. And I don't know if you heard about our kind of busy summer. We got new lighting system in the classroom building and the Hartford Food Service. And the thing about the lights are you can adjust them. We used to have just the old kind of lights, but now the lights we have, you can adjust them, you can make them cooler, brighter, and so we can accommodate different kids' vision loss. And so that's really been a game changer for us. We're getting a new HVAC system, so we're going to get rid of the old boiler system. How many of you remember? Yeah, right. And it's freezing outside, and the air conditioner is still on, and it takes 4 days for it to switch over. So we're moving towards a geothermal kind of HVAC system, which is going to be much, much more economical and much easier to switch over. Our Evans dorm has reopened. We had, again, a flood in it 3 years ago when it was that Christmas where we had all that ice and one of the sprinklers exploded and flooded the building. So that Evans has been completely remodeled and is opened again. The track is almost ready to be redone. They were digging in the middle of the track, the grassy area. That's where the geothermal project where it started in there. And so they had this big drill thing going on and digging into the grassy area, but they just put sod on it on Friday. I don't know how many of you know Mike Coffey, the assistant principal. Yeah, Mr. Hack does, yes. So Mr. Coffey retired September 30th, and we have a new assistant principal, Kellen Garland, starting. Kellen comes to us. He's a former principal in Bullitt County. He's currently an assistant principal at the Shelbyville Alternative School. He starts November 3rd. I will be very, very happy to see him. So it's been October's been very busy. So students, I'm sure you're wondering, how many kids do we have? I believe we have 70 students right now. Yeah. We almost have more or as many as the School for the Deaf. So we're excited. Not that it's a competition, but our short course numbers are increasing. We've gotten quite a few elementary kiddos coming to short course now. Our work program is going strong. We have kids working on getting some kids at APH. We have students at McDonald's, and then there's a new restaurant on Frankfurt Avenue. It used to be, it was like a Cajun restaurant behind Manhattan Project. It's now a Smash Burger. So we've got a couple kiddos working over there. And of course, Mr. Mullins is still running the work program. So dorm students, I counted this morning. I was trying to remember in my head, we have 17 dorm students. We have a pretty big elementary group right now. We actually have a little first grader in the dorm. Yeah, he's super, super cute and doing really well. Our goalball team is in Tennessee right now. I haven't heard how they're doing, but we did have a tournament last weekend and had the Ohio school, the Illinois school, and the Indiana schools for the blind compete. And I think our girls came in third. Our boys didn't do as well, but hopefully this weekend they're going to do well. And then in January, we're going to host the wrestling and cheer tournament. So would love to have some of you come out. That's always a fun one because a lot of schools come and there's a lot of students there. And I'm sure for you all who played sports out there, you remember getting to see your friends from the other schools. And it's just really, for me, it's just really fun to see all the kids interacting and meeting each other. Let's see, we had our fall festival last Thursday, which was a lot of fun. We had a petting zoo. We had pumpkins, all the things. And our Bill Roby games were at the end of September. Unfortunately, we couldn't use our track, but this year our athletic director, Jessica Belcher, worked with the YMCA in the West End. They have a beautiful indoor track. And so we were able to hold the games there, which actually it was really nice because it did rain. And I'm sure for those of you who participated in the Roby games or volunteered or have helped, you never know what the weather's going to be. So it was really super nice to be inside, and we're hoping to continue that partnership. So our outreach department are doing some wonderful things. They've been holding adaptive PE sessions all over the state, working with students and teachers and administrators from different districts on how do you adapt PE games for students that are blind and low vision. Our outreach consultants are spearheading all of that. I think the one in Eastern Kentucky had 70 students attend. We have a low vision clinic. I'm sure all of you know Connie Hill. Connie Hill, who does everything. And the day she leaves KSB, it's going to fall into the ground because she's holding it up on her shoulders. But I'm just kidding. But you know Connie, and Connie's amazing. So we've started some CVI clinics in our low vision clinic, and we're going to be doing those on campus. But again, Connie's doing the traveling low vision clinics across the state and seeing lots of students and providing lots of low vision devices for our kiddos. Also, we are currently looking for a full-time assistive technology teacher. If you know anybody who's interested, they do have to have certification as a teacher of the visually impaired, because we want the individual, the person who takes the job, to understand the assistive technology for kids that are blind and low vision, because your typical AT person isn't going to necessarily know how to use a Monarch or a Braille note or JAWS or all the different programs. So if you know of anybody who's interested or who's interested in becoming a TVI and is interested in that position, please let me know. So talking about AT, I kind of wanted to sort of piggyback on what Ann from APH said about the Monarch. We purchased 23 Monarchs last year. Right now we have a little Monarch lab in the library, and APH has been really generous and provided free training. We had two folks come out last spring for 2 days and work directly with our students and teachers. We still need more training on it because, again, it keeps getting updated, and they came out with the new app to go with it called Wing It. Have you all heard of that? So Wing It is well, Danielle knows all about it. She knows more about it than I do, but I just went to a session at the annual meeting last week on Wing It, and it's a big game changer. And I think about when I was a teacher of the visually impaired in public schools, and this was back in, I started working in the field in 1988, but back when I was a teacher in the 90s. So yes, I'm getting up there in years, but we used to get like our social studies books, and you would get to a page where there was a map or a graphic, and it would have a note in it for the student that said, "See your teacher." So graphics weren't even provided. And so we've gone from there to the Monarch, which again, like Ann said, I think is a game changer. We understand it's very expensive though, and it's hard. So we're working on getting it into the hands of our students. And the other thing, we continue to partner with Lions Club, Charitable Foundation, APH. We had a bunch of Bellarmine students out that volunteered at the goalball tournament last weekend, and they're interested in learning how to play goalball. So we're working on scheduling an event to teach sighted people how to play goalball. Yeah. Please do. We always have the annual staff and student goalball game, and I'm sure you know who usually wins. Not the staff. So yeah. But that's always a really fun event. This Tuesday we're having our Halloween. The dorm is hosting the Halloween party and dance in the rec center. And last week, the Council of Schools for the Blind had their annual leadership meeting in Louisville. It usually happens right before annual meeting for APH. And along with two archaeology professors from the University of Louisville, we presented a session on, I don't know if you remember, several years ago, we did an archaeological dig out where the segregated school was. And so we did a presentation on that for the different leaders and folks that came from all over the country that work at schools for the blind. And talked a lot about, brought some artifacts and talked about we have a grad student we're working with from U of L, and she's developing a display that will be in the library at KSB, and it'll be a hands-on display. They're creating, U of L engineering department is creating 3D objects or replicas of some of the objects because some of them are too fragile, again, to be handled. For example, they found an old slate, actually a stylus. I'm sorry, they found an old stylus, which was really cool. Most of what they found were bricks, and they found like a Listerine bottle and a Pepsi bottle. And they found an old button, and then they found a token for I guess there used to be a trolley on Frankfurt Avenue. And so they found an old token, which was really, really neat. So we did a presentation on that. And the one thing I found interesting when I was researching the segregated school is it was very difficult to find information about segregated schools for the blind. There was a lot more information on segregated schools for the deaf, and that's all cataloged and chronicled through Gallaudet University. So I thought that was interesting. It was much harder to find more information on schools for the blind. And also, I heard someone talking about AI. The American Foundation for the Blind Leadership meeting is in November up in the DC area, and it's all focused on AI. So I'm going to attend that, and I'm excited to learn about kind of what's going on with AI in the field of blindness and low vision. And I think that's all the updates. I mean, things are going great. Again, we're getting more students, which is exciting, and the campus is looking great with all the different projects in construction. The Ritchie building is still open, and the HVAC system is working, and we now have air in the auditorium, which is really wonderful. So would love for you to come to our Christmas program in December, and love partnering with you all. I know the Bell program didn't work out this summer, but next summer we hope that it will.
And the egg hunt in March.
And the egg hunt in March, the egg hunt in March, even though the weather was terrible, it still worked out. It was really fun, and the kids had a great time. This next summer, we're going to have to close the classroom building again to continue working on the HVAC system and possibly getting new windows, but we'll have 2 dorms open. So we just kind of do what we need to do to make things, to have summer school and do the programs that we need to do for the kids. So again, I appreciate you all listening, and really good to see everybody here. And again, so much appreciate the partnership that we have with you all. And sorry that the kids couldn't Zoom in yesterday, but half of them were leaving for goal ball. So I'm happy to take any questions that anybody has.
How many students are enrolled now?
We have about 70. Yeah.
That's more than when I went there. There was like 62 of us, maybe.
We kind of ebb and flow in between 60 to 70. I think we have 5 graduates this year. But next year we have like 14. I mean, we have a big group coming up next year.
Did they ever reopen Hauser Hall?
Hauser Hall, yes. Hauser Hall opened. It was reopened in 2019.
That's awesome.
I have just one quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they plan to fix the pool?
No. I'm sorry to. Yeah, the pool will never be fixed. Yeah, but funny, not funny. It did have water in it last March because there was when we had all that flooding, there was a little bit of water in the pool. So not by choice, exactly. So yes, it has. So I'm sorry I was never in Kentucky when the pool was up and running, but who knows? Maybe someday we'll get a lap pool. Who knows?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. You mentioned the segregated school.
Yes.
And my sister and I are in this room. We both went to KSB. I graduated from there. But our mother is the last living student of this segregated school for the blind.
Is your mother Janet Williams?
She's my mom.
Oh, yeah. I met her several years ago.
Yeah.
archaeological day. Yes, that's where I met her. Yeah.
I have a little bit of history too, Kathy Jackson.
Yes.
And Bertha Horton and Calvin Horton were teachers at the segregated school. And I believe Mr. Horton was the principal. Well, when the schools were segregated, both Mr. and Ms. Horton came to, quote, the main, quote, building, and were both teachers. He taught science and she taught math.
Okay, yeah, like I said, it was really hard to find information, but the one thing that I did find, and you guys might all know this already, but the segregated school at KSB was the first school in Jefferson County to desegregate. So, yeah. So, and there's only like one actual picture online that you can find of the actual school. So I think they're hoping to kind of replicate that with the 3D printer. So, yeah. It is, yeah. So yeah, any other questions, concerns, comments? Okay, well, thank you all so much. I really appreciate you and happy to be here. Have a great rest of your day.
See, that's for you. It's a koozie and a gift card.
Okay. So I thought the door prizes, every time you called door prize after the people spoke, I was like, oh, wow, I'm going to get a Hershey bar and a stuffed bunny. So you crushed my dreams, Jacob.
Peggy, thank you so much. Great seeing you as well. And we look forward to working together in the future. All right, Jacob, what's our door prize?
We got a speaker, we got a slick stylus, a t-shirt, and a sort of gaming dish of world tokens, affirmation.
That's cool.
Stand up and give us a little shimmy if your name is Scott Spalding. You've won the door prize.
Is he in the room? All right, draw again.
And the cane points to Katie Atkins, winner of the door prize.
All right, wonderful. All right, wonderful. Next on our agenda, I would like to invite Justin to the microphone, Justin Jeter. He has spoken to us the past few years, and he's going to kind of give us some updates about the current status of legislation in Kentucky in regards to individuals with disabilities.
You know, I am a pretty positive guy, so I'm going to talk about things in a positive light and a negative light when it warrants it. But I have a kind of positive mindset, and you may notice, but since the last time I was here, I have got glasses. So I like how I look in them, I guess. Thank you. Okay, so I really love coming to talk with you guys. It makes me feel good about myself, and but it also, I really like hearing about the things that it's like either worrying you or exciting you. Well, I'm probably going to focus mostly on Kentucky General Assembly, Kentucky legislation. I am happy to answer any questions that I know the answer to at federal stuff. I spent the first half of this year driving myself crazy, building these 100,000 row spreadsheets on federal spending and budgets. And it's a hassle to keep track of. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff to worry about, but in the big, beautiful bill and things like that, I don't like calling it that, there's so many little sub clauses, there's little accept these people, and that stuff doesn't often get reported on. So some of the big terrifying Medicaid changes that you hear talked about a lot exclude people with disabilities from the harmful changes, and that doesn't get reported. But if you have a big worry, come talk to me, and I'll either validate your concern or I'll say, well, you're actually excluded from this paperwork requirement or this or that. So the sky isn't falling, but it's also not really that blue either. Okay, so in Kentucky, in the most parts of the year, so like the last 9 months of the year, legislators come to the Capitol every couple weeks, every week or so, to meet in committees, interim committees. This is when they will kind of review what happened last year and give projections or bill drafts for what's going to happen in this next session from January to May. They also have topic-specific committees like an AI task force, or a new one this year called the Medicaid Oversight and Advisory Board. This is a very important committee because it's not just legislators that sit on it, it's also the Secretary of the Cabinet for Health and Family Services, or the auditor, or the leader of the insurance lobby. Like, all these different people are trying to give information so that their group doesn't get cuts, or so their enemies get cuts. It's a battle of kind of interest groups in a sense. This year especially too, they're getting ready for the budget. So in Kentucky, we make a budget every 2 years. What that means for watching committees is you'll see all these different groups testifying about how what they're doing is a good thing for the Commonwealth or good thing for Kentucky, and how they would like to have some money for this next year. And so it's kind of like they're pitching on getting some appropriations. But when it comes to legislation that affects people with disabilities, it's been a little bit light on that this year, both in a good way and a bad way. A lot of people are concerned that the legislature is going to cut funding to Medicaid. What they're probably going to do is cut funding to SNAP benefits rather than cut funding to Medicaid. SNAP benefits are probably at risk in some interesting ways, like banning the purchase of sodas on SNAP, or tightening eligibility requirements, or cutting out additional programs like SNAP education. Cutting SNAP benefits is tough, it's unpopular. But if I had to choose between cutting SNAP benefits or Medicaid, well, what would you pick?
SNAP.
Yeah, probably. And when it comes to people with disabilities, again, most of the time, you're going to be excluded from some of the cuts. Now, if they're cutting entire programs like SNAP education, then you won't have access to that anymore. But if they're tightening eligibility requirements, that doesn't really harm you. And when it comes to Medicaid cuts, the biggest harm to people with disabilities will be the reduction in access to services. Because this might surprise you, but okay, does anybody want to guess what % of Medicaid recipients in Kentucky have a lifelong disability? Okay, I hear 65. Okay, let's make it even broader. What % of people on Medicaid have a disability?
Probably like 50%.
So the percent of people with developmental disabilities on Medicaid is about 5%. And the population with a disability at all is somewhere around 20-25%. Most people on Medicaid are on Medicaid because of income or expanded Medicaid. Now, I see Katie doing a face. Do you disagree with me?
No, I don't. I didn't know. I'm doing a face because I was interested in seeing that. I think just because the people we know that are on it.
Yeah.
I would assume it was higher.
You would too. I would too. Now, the people with disabilities on Medicaid have the highest utilization. So they use the most services. They cost the most. But that makes sense, right? Yeah. And I'm sure everybody was kind of paying attention to the big, beautiful bill, the reconciliation is what I call it, the federal budget. Let's take a guess. Over the next 10 years, what % of Medicaid spending do you think is being cut? Well, okay, somebody told you the right answer. That's right. 10% is about right. And that's because spending is still going to be going up for Medicaid, because most of Medicaid is mandatory spending. They have to spend it. What they've started to cut around the edges is some discretionary spending and then some mandatory as well. The biggest percentage of the cuts are work requirements. That is kind of a way to try to get people off Medicaid by putting a lot of administrative burdens in place. People with disabilities are excluded from that in a few different ways. So you won't need to worry about that. Now, you may need to make sure that people know you have a disability if you are on Medicaid. I wouldn't put it past a government-run system to make a mistake. So definitely keep on top of that. And the best thing that you can do for yourself is make sure that Medicaid has your updated address and all contact information, okay? Make sure they have that. Okay, that's some just broad disability stuff. When it comes to things that I know we've worked on in the past, let's talk about like sub minimum wage. I don't think that's being talked about at all. I think that there was a regulation that when do you think the regulation to end sub minimum wage was supposed to be finalized? I love doing Q&As.
Spring?
The inauguration day. So the inauguration day, so January 16th, that regulation was supposed to, be finalized, which would kind of phase out sub minimum wage. That was put on pause, and I think it's kind of being rescinded. And that's the thing you got to pay the most attention to at the federal level. And people aren't talking about it because executive orders make a lot of splash. They're really chaotic. They're kind of scary. A lot of the time they roll back or they're blocked at a court level, or you don't know if it's going into effect until the Supreme Court rules in favor. Deregulation is a huge threat. That is their biggest focus right now, is deregulation. They have a portal called, it used to be regulations.gov. They have this other website called deregulations.gov. And so basically you can you can write into the government and say, I think this regulation should be cut because this and that, because it costs our business 10% a year. Lobbies, businesses, they have the most money, time, and expertise to go into those databases and request over and over again. So it's really important that patients, people who often rely on some of these regulations to protect your civil rights, like ADA stuff, Section 504 of the Rehab Act, which is like anti-discrimination in the workplace. You really need to make sure that and I will try to do my best to help, but there's a few resources I can point you toward. And I think Katie probably knows this portal well too. Talk with her. Keep an eye out for terms like Section 504 and ADA, because if they're going to try to cut some of those regulations, that could really harm your community access. So keep on track of that. But sub-minimum wage, getting rid of that is not seeming to be a priority for people. I will say there has been some positive progress when it comes to the ability to drive in a few ways. So last session, a bill passed that would put kind of more checks and balances on the medical review boards for driver's license. Does anybody know what those are? Kind of, it's a little bit past that point. So let's say you have a driver's license and let's say your neighbor is a busybody, right? And they say, well, this person uses a cane. I don't think they should drive. They could, before this year, they could report you to a medical review board who doesn't even have to look at a doctor's note before deciding to take away your ability to drive. There's a lot of technology now that allows people with visual impairments to drive, right? Yeah, it's important that those rights are protected. And so there was a bill that passed this year that does protect that right. It makes the medical review board more responsive to a patient's doctor's opinion. And it ensures that a doctor specialized in the area that is so if you have like a prosthetic leg, it requires that a doctor who's an expert on prosthetics is on your medical review board. If you have a visual impairment, a eye doctor has to be on that board. At first, the Beshear administration was actually not going to implement that bill. It's a fight between the legislators and the governor because of another part in there that would take some authority away from the Beshear's Department of Transportation. So there's all these little amendments and stuff like that. But he ultimately decided he was going to implement that, and that is rolling out. So you should find it easier to work with a medical review board if they try to take your driver's license away. Also this year, they look to be making more reforms to the way that you get a driver's license, allowing more people to offer a driver's license test, maybe even taking driver's license away from the Department of Transportation and bringing it back to the county level. So do you all remember, Who all has a driver's license here? One, two. Okay, a couple. Did you have a driver's license maybe 10, 12 years ago? Okay, you said yeah? Was it easier back then? 12 years ago, 10 years ago than it is now? Yeah. They're wanting to try to get it back to that point. So it's a good thing. There's also going to be changes to just road construction to make sure there's more like visual indicators and auditory indicators if there's construction happening. So basically like tow trucks or big roadside construction have to put up a lot more notices to people. So if you do have a biometric device, you should be kept safer on the road. Okay, a lot of workforce changes. So increased pathways for people with disabilities to enter the workforce, including through apprenticeships. So hopefully, while we're not looking at phasing out sub-minimum wage, they are looking at putting in alternate pathways to help get into the workforce. And finally, when it comes to like health services, healthcare, just healthcare stuff, the way to think about this, the landscape in healthcare is kind of everything seems to be like a proxy battle, a fight between insurance lobbyists and hospital lobbyists and pharma lobbyists. It's these big entities way up in the sky, and people kind of forget about the patients down at the ground level who do rely on this stuff. So it's important to keep track of this stuff so that patients can have a voice in these testimonies, proceedings, because you don't want it all to be decided by administration and administrators, right? Okay. So that was kind of a broad view. I tried to touch on a lot of different things, and I know I had just 15 minutes. So can I open it up to just questions? What are you concerned about? What are you curious about? That kind of thing.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, do we have any information about the non-continuation notices of the Braille training programs issued by the Department of Education?
I have no idea. Can you? Okay. Can you repeat that?
Is there any new information about the non-continuation notices that was issued on September 5th to the 3 main universities that provide TBI programs?
It'll be a little bit in my report later.
Okay. I am writing it down. Let's see. Katie has your contact information.
Yes, I can get it and everything. I mean, I don't have, because there's another issue that we're going to have to spend the majority of our time on. We have a legislative alert though that has come out from our national office regarding it. That's the most updated information that we have. It's been sent out to our listserv and everything else, because it also affected deaf blind training centers at the same time when those grants were cut. If you're interested, Justin, I can.
Yeah, I am interested in. I'll look into it, and then I will try to get something back to y'all about if there is more updates on that. Department of Education. I have a few friends in that department. They might have some information. I'll get back to you though. Okay. All right. Yeah. No. Thanks for asking. All right. How much more time do I have to get questions from people? Questions from people, fears, curiosities, hopes, etc.
How do we help regular non-disabled people understand that the cuts to Medicaid do not involve people with disabilities? Because I've seen way too many people freaking out, being like, the government's going to take your health care because they hate you.
I guess you can probably find a good source that explains things in detail that you trust, something that goes through point by point, the changes and the exceptions, and doesn't leave things out or slant for one audience or another. Find a good source like that, and I can give you a couple, but there's a lot of slant out there. And
yeah, I know.
In fairness, changes to the overall Medicaid system that suck money out will make access harder. Now, I think that those access reductions aren't going to be as severe as feared, but I'm using my words carefully here. It's hard to say that there will be no negative impacts, because if you are somebody with a disability who relies on Affordable Care Act, Medicare, the subsidies, that is because there's not nobody with a disability who relies on Affordable Care Act health insurance. I think most are relying on Medicaid or private insurance, but Medicare is really going to get more expensive. So we got to be careful about our wording, because we don't want to like turn somebody off because we used a wrong stat somewhere. But yeah, it's just the fact that there's 5% of people on Medicaid have a developmental disability, affecting. I mean, even if you're just looking at the non-disabled Medicaid population, that's still a lot of people who will have a harder time getting health care. The people with disabilities are more safe than those without disabilities, but it's still people worried about their health care, right? Yeah.
Do you see the Medicaid waiver programs being affected, since those waiver programs are so entwined with so many other services, the housing, the medical transit, just everything, and a lot of folks with developmental disabilities are on that the Medicaid waiver program?
I'll give you a short answer and a medium answer. The short answer is no, I don't see them being affected. Medicaid waivers are kind of administered in a totally separate area of Medicaid from the state plan, because waivers mean you're waiving some rules. And for Kentucky, it means that you're waiving the requirement that you have to get this healthcare in an institution. You're waiving the requirement that it has to be available to anybody at any ability level. So you're picking a specific population. I know that sounds complicated, but basically it means that the people who are on Medicaid waivers are assumed to be having a disability that would exclude them from these cuts. Now, there are two areas where Medicaid waivers in Kentucky are going to be affected over the long term. The supports for community living waiver, which is like the big waiver here in Kentucky. That has something called a provider tax. It's a fancy financing trick. Trick is a bad word, but basically it's a way to bring additional money into the system. That is going to be limited. There's more rules around how you can use provider taxes. And that starts going into effect in around 2027, 2028. And what that probably means is, and this is where the access things come into play, SCL providers will have a bit of a crunch on the money that they have. Probably. It's tricky because it's a tricky mechanism. That could cause some harm in 2028 or so. And then hospitals in general are getting huge cuts because of provider taxes and another mechanism, financing trick called state-directed payments. You see, hospitals did not care about any of the Medicaid changes in the House bill. They were like, oh, we're all good. Like, thank you, Representative Guthrie, for making this great bill. They didn't care. It was once the Senate added in restrictions on provider taxes and state-directed payments that they started getting freaked out, because that brings in about $2 to $3 billion a year just to Kentucky hospitals. So yeah, hospitals are going to be affected, which means, if you have an SCL waiver and you're going to the hospital to get some of your health care, your access might be limited because that hospital might not hire a doctor for that service anymore. But the ability to get a waiver slot will not be diminished. In fact, they're adding in more pathways for Medicaid waivers. So there's going to be even more pathways to get on a Medicaid waiver going forward. I'm sorry, I know I'm getting really in the weeds technical here, but Medicaid is really, really, really technical.
What about kids that are already on, like, say, the Michelle waiver list?
They wouldn't be affected either. Now, this people on state plan, which is basically if you are on Medicaid because you have a very low income or for another reason that's not related to disability, you've typically been able to be on Medicaid by the fact that you have a kid under the age of like 18, right? They're reducing that. So it now some of those kick in earlier. So instead of like, oh, you don't have to worry about this paperwork because your kid is under 18. Now it's under 15. So if you have a kid at 16, before you wouldn't have to do extra paperwork. Now you have to do extra paperwork. But that's just the non-disability section of Medicaid. The kids, though, are going to be more at risk from SNAP cuts. Again, there's a lot of exclusions, but the state, basically, the big, beautiful bill funding cuts are actually kind of passing it down to the state. So Kentucky, if they wanted to fund the same amount of SNAP services 2 years from now that they're funding today, they'd have to pay another $50 to $200 million. No, they kind of do, but they're going to say that, yeah. But yeah, so they have to make some hard decisions, and what Kentucky will probably do is limit some SNAP benefits. I don't know that, and I don't think that they're running headfirst and deciding, oh yay, we're happy to cut SNAP benefits. They know that's unpopular, but it's a rock and a hard place, right?
Can I, Justin, when all this was really debating, you sent out to a couple of us some really great like PowerPoints, and then you actually went through to make sure it was all accessible and rewrote a lot of it too. That was really good information about these cuts and things. If you believe that information is still very much relevant and stuff, I can share that with Sandra and Karen and things along those lines as well, like the most recent, whatever the most recent one was. And things
Most of it is still relevant. It's not. I didn't really talk about state stuff at that point. And we're in a totally different kind of budget right now. Appropriations, or basically the government shutdown, right? It's because they can't agree on funding the government now. The reconciliation thing is about what we're going to spend money on over the next 10 years.
Right.
Government shutdown is about funding today. That's a totally different thing. And that talks about appropriations, which means grant funds. And it means federal government agency funding, which means IDEA funding, staff to run those programs. So it's a different area completely. And you might be surprised, it is way more complicated than reconciliation. It's way more complicated because there's like hundreds of little agencies and thousands of programs that everybody relies on. So yeah, you can send that. It's just not going to be super timely.
Right. Yeah. That was very helpful at that time.
Anybody else? Questions? Yeah.
My quick question is just, how do I find one of you in Nebraska? Like, is there somebody in Nebraska that does what you do?
I'm a weird person.
Sorry. Okay, so you want to come to Nebraska? You're in good company.
Thank you. By the way, guys, I took a job 2 weeks ago. So I'm working at a place called Cornerstone. But prior to that, I was with the Developmental Disabilities Council. You do have one of those in Nebraska.
Yeah.
And they might not have someone exactly like me, but they will have, because the federal law mandates they have a policy, somebody who does government policy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they'll have somebody who does a role like me. And that person knows a lot of people in the healthcare disability field in Nebraska.
Okay.
So talk to Developmental Disabilities Council, Nebraska. They might call it the Governor's Council for People with Disabilities.
Oh, yeah, I think maybe they do. Okay.
Yeah. That's a great person to talk to. And whoever leads do you know what a USED is? University Center on Excellence for Developmental Disability.
Okay.
So it's ours here is called the Human Development Institute. You'll have one in Nebraska too. Those are a lot of researchers, and they know a lot of people too.
Okay.
Do you have, Katie, can you give me her contact info too?
I can send it to you. Yeah,
Great.
couple of
I'll connect with you.
Jamie, he is so good that we wrote a resolution recognizing him last year.
It was really
because
nice.
It is very much not the typical type of person that we deal with.
Right.
Yeah.
And I heard a question back there before.
Let's later on.
Hey.
Yes, this is later on.
Hey, Leron.
I heard you speaking about pathways for employment. That was one of the things you talked about, some different legislation that incentivizes employers
Mm.
to hire those of us with disabilities. To keep this part short, which I might be wrong, can you tell us where to find that resource? That sounds like a tool that we could use for someone like myself who's like looking for employment. Like it sounds like something I can use when I walk in the door and I'm sitting down and I'm talking to them and I can share with them as opposed to them looking at me being blind and I got to convince them that I can do the jobs. There's also an incentive for them to hire me in addition to my personal asset.
So, right now, when it comes to incentives for employers to hire people with disabilities, it's really like industry or field specific. So like if you wanted to do, let's say you wanted to do construction or you want to do real estate, you'd have to go to like the board of real estate agents or like the board of contractors and find out from them what the incentive is. There's not a centralized place for like storing that. And that's a big problem in our state government is everything is all over the place. It's not in one place. My hope is that, so right now, the language that they're talking about is kind of, right now it's a little bit specific to veterans with disabilities in a broad way. And then there's a lot of more industry specific broad disability incentives, but it's not a holistic review. So OVR has done a lot of stuff around transitioning people into the workforce. But when it comes to workforce incentives, you probably want to look at Cabinet for Economic Development, because that is a lot more about like standard employer-employee relationships. And they have a lot of the information about like workforce incentives. There's also a lot of stuff tied in with the community college system. The Bluegrass Community and Technical College system is fantastic. They are really, really inclusive. They're really working hard to like bring people with disabilities into the workforce, even at the high school level. BCTCS is fantastic. KCTCS is for the whole state. They will have that information too. So my two places, Cabinet for Economic Development and KCTCS. And then if you have a specific industry, search like the board of X industry in Kentucky, hiring incentives. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Justin.
Thank you.
So just so y'all are aware, as each presenter has left the podium, I have been giving them a just thank you gift. Justin's is a little different, but I think just knowing him, he will enjoy this. So you're getting a koozie, which everybody else has gotten, and a gift card. But also, you're getting a copy of Walking Alone and Marching Together, which is our organization's history.
Oh my gosh. It's a huge book. I love these books.
That's what I was talking about earlier. That's the book.
Oh my gosh.
That's just the first 50
That's
years.
just the first 50 years, yeah.
Oh, the first 50 years?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a volume 2 somewhere.
Well, there's another,
Yeah.
I'm going to find volume 2 and 3 too.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Hey,
so
thanks,
much,
guys.
Justin. We appreciate you.
Hey, and just because I'm not working with Developmental Disabilities Council anymore does not mean I don't care. My wife is still
Whose guide dog
deeply
is loose?
involved professionally in
This
that
is yours,
field,
Angela.
and I'm very involved personally. So if you have any questions, reach out to any of your board members. They have my contact info. I just emailed y'all too. So if you need to get in touch with me, let me know. I can answer questions for you and give you advice. I just can't do as much of the public-facing advocacy that I used to be able to do.
But Justin is still a friend of the Federation.
Yes. Very much a friend of the Federation.
I like that word, friend of the Federation.
Thank you so much, Justin.
Hey, thank you.
Next up, Katie is going to talk to us about NFB legislation specifically.
Door prize?
Yes, go ahead and do a door prize. That'd be great.
Angela, I'm sorry, I did not hear what you
We
said.
have a new first aid kit here, a pill organizer, picture frame, and t-shirt.
This door prize goes to Melissa Caldwell. They've won the door prize.
All right, go again.
Congratulations to Sandra Williams, who won the door prize.
All right, are you all ready? Okay, so first and foremost, I'm going to give a lot of information in a very short amount of time. So if we can hold questions just to the end, that'll just make it easier. But also, if we don't have time for questions, because I know we're kind of a little bit already over, I'm going to be around. Ask me. Some of this is very rapidly changing, so I may not know the answer right away, but I can find out for you. So first, our first issue, this is the one we're going to spend the most amount of time with. It's the most serious. It is a little doom and gloom, but I'm hoping, we can collectively take some action that can hopefully change some things at the end here. So on Friday, October 10th, the Department of Education issued reduction in force notices to almost every employee at the Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services. If nothing changes, these will become permanent December 9th. So just a note on that, there's basically a handful of supervisors left. All the people that we had relationships with over the years, some going back quite a while, they're not there anymore. It can't be overstated just how unprecedented this is or how seismic the impact will potentially be to thousands of blind individuals. When preparing for this report, I wanted to find something in our history to compare this to. NFB has been on the front line for 85 years, fighting for the rights of every single blind person. Surely there had to be something that I could point to that would illustrate for everyone in this room just how serious this is. The general consensus, though, after talking to our national legislative team and some of our own members that have been doing this for 20, 30, or even 50 plus years, is that there just isn't anything to compare this to. Not in this time frame, not with this much at stake, all at once. Who in here had an IEP? Who? Did you receive training at OVR, through OVR or the McDowell Center? Do you want to, or do you work in special education, rehabilitation, or as a vendor? Then this will impact you or could impact you. So what I'm going to do is go through our fact sheet that we will be using to hopefully change some things here to explain exactly how this will impact you. The reduction in force will decimate Individuals with Disabilities Education Act program in every state. So I want to be very clear about that because I know there's been some discussion. What I am talking about is every single state. This is not, there are some things that are unique in Kentucky that could make this more challenging, but it's nationwide. So it will disrupt funding and eliminate meaningful practices and institutional knowledge for special education and related services for children with disabilities, including funding for teachers, speech therapists, psychologists, and other support professionals. So think about your paras, anyone in the classroom that helps in special education. Disrupting funding and eliminating meaningful practices and institutional knowledge for preschool programs for children with disabilities. Disrupting funding for competitive grants for training, technical assistance, and technology to improve services for students with disabilities. The reduction in force will decimate the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 programs in every state by disrupting federal match funding and eliminating meaningful practices and institutional knowledge for state vocational rehabilitation programs, making these programs unsustainable. If you don't know, almost 80% of our funding for something like OVR comes from the federal level. That will lead to American adults with disabilities will not be able to receive employment training. American youth with disabilities will not be able to receive transition to employment or transition to college training. Employers will be unable to seek assistance to finding qualified disabled employees. State-level employees who administer these programs will be furloughed or lose their job. Disrupting funding and eliminating meaningful practices and institutional knowledge for the Independent Living Services for Older Individuals Who Are Blind program will mean that older blind Americans may be forced into nursing homes. The reduction in force will decimate the Randolph-Shepard program, affecting the employment of blind entrepreneurs. So those people that were talking to you earlier today about how great our vending program is, and it is absolutely great. Eliminating positions critical to approving requests that allow states to purchase needed equipment for the Randolph-Shepard program vendors.
eliminating positions critical to approving changes in state rules, policies, or programs concerning the implementation of Randolph-Shepard, eliminating technical assistance programs to state licensing agencies or elected committees, eliminating positions critical to processing state arbitration complaints, eliminating positions that could help with agency issues, which will in turn lead to more court cases, eliminating positions that would help modernize the program. And finally, this will also affect the Office for Civil Rights Enforcement, discontinuing operations at 12 field offices across the country, which employ hundreds of people who process over 20,000 complaints each year, severely reducing the capacity to investigate and enforce requirements of Section 504 of the Rehab Act of 1973, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability, severely reducing the capacity to investigate and enforce Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act requirements. So they end our fact sheet by saying reduction or elimination of the services provided by any of these programs will be catastrophic to the blind across the country. So what are we doing and what can you all do to help stop this? Because this, I don't know, there's probably 7 or 8 of us that are really into legislation in this room, and it's a major interest. That's not nearly enough. We need everyone in this room to pay attention to the legislative alerts that are coming out. National has done all the work for everybody. There is a script. You just have to pop your name in and send the email or make the phone call to the people that we're asking you to. We had an emergency meeting last week at the national level. We are hoping to go to DC and meet with Rand Paul. He is on what is called the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee. He's the 2nd ranking member. Kathy and Laura will be going on that if we can get that meeting. We're hoping that that committee can have some sway and help change some things. And it is the goal of every state across the nation to meet with all of our other representatives in district or virtually before November 7th to hopefully stop this. So we are working overtime to get those meetings set up and hopefully have those, I think most of them start Tuesday this week for us. Just a couple notes on this one. We are not asking for funding as part of this. There's something else later that I will talk about with funding. This is a nonpartisan issue. This has been framed as a partisan issue. It's not. We have for years and years had support from both parties on this, and that is something we are reminding members of Congress of. And also, as an organization, for those of you that don't know, we do not have an official stance on the Department of Education and whether or not it should exist. What we have an official stance on is these programs do need to exist, and we need the knowledge that these people who have worked in these programs have. So that's issue number 1. The other issues will be shorter, but they are serious as well. Yeah. So issue number 2, the Medical Device Non-Visual Accessibility Act, HR 5605. This bill was introduced very recently, September 26th. It will require Class 2 and Class 3 medical devices. So think of your CPAP machines, your glucose monitors, insulin pumps, anything with a digital interface to be non-visually accessible. We are, again, there's all of these, you should have seen a legislative alert come across the list for me. If you did not and you want it, let me know and I will individually send you the email. We're asking everyone to contact the House and support this bill. Issue 3, Blind Americans Return to Work Act, HR 1175. So the SSDI benefits program has an earnings cliff. I don't know if you all are familiar with this. If you receive SSDI, I'm absolutely positive you are. If you earn $1 over what their required, their limit is, you lose all of your SSDI benefits. So let's say you're making, you're receiving $1,200 a month in SSDI. Are you going to work overtime and make an extra $100 and indefinitely lose your benefits? No, no one is going to do that. So what we see is that people, because of this fear, stay underemployed. They give up overtime. They pass up promotions, raises, bonuses, anything they can until it's going to make up this amount. What we want is a 2-for-1 ratio, and I believe this is very similar to how retirements and other parts of Social Security do it. So if for every $2 you would earn over, you would lose $1. This is a much fairer system. It would lead to more blind people working more, paying more into taxes, and just overall moving up in life in their career prospects. So let's see what that is again, HR 1175. And we are asking everyone to email about that one as well. Let's see, issue 4, Access Technology Affordability Act, HR 1529 and Senate Bill 1918. This will help blind Americans to be able to afford the high cost of qualified access technology by creating a refundable tax credit of $2,000 for use over a 3-year period. So we like this. Let's see, is this the one actually? One second. So this is, like, let's say you can't get a case open at OVR right now because categories are closed. You would have this ability to, and you need this technology for work, you would be able to purchase it now and have that tax credit to help you pay for it. This, we believe, so over time, this increased employment and reduced dependence will save the federal government approximately $315 million over the course of 5 years. They really like hearing about that. That's actually part of the subject line that we're requesting people use when they email, is how much it will save. Issue 5, this is what I believe I was talking about earlier, the reinstate funding for critical programs that benefit the blind. We learned that the U.S. Department of Education was canceling funding for 25 competitive grants that fall under Part D of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and 9 grants that are distributed by RSA. Critically, of the programs being cut under the RSA is funding for 235E grants, which are specifically tailored to train educators of blind students to be more fluent in Braille. NFB fought for these programs and helped create them years ago. We know Braille leads to positive outcomes. We know it helps self-esteem. We know it leads to better educational outcomes. We know unemployment is a major problem for those that are blind. It's not nearly as much of a problem for those that are blind that are proficient in Braille. These programs are critical to us. It also cut funding for technical assistance centers for families of deafblind children. So we are again we are emailing this time though, the Department of Education about this and asking this funding to be restored for these programs. Okay, I've got 2 more, guys. We're almost done. The Connect for Health Act, HR 4206. We were just talking about Medicare and all the cuts. One of the things that we have enjoyed since COVID is the ability to have telehealth through Medicare. That funding has been approved in kind of little chunks of time at once and reapproved time and time again. Well, it ran out at the end of September when the government shut down. We want this approved and made into law permanently because for a lot of us, I mean, we just enjoy telehealth in general, but especially if you live in an area where you may not have easy access to transportation, a hospital may be shut down for other reasons, you really depend on this benefit. And I mean, I think that's something we could all agree on. We would like to be, if we're sick, we want to be able to see a doctor quickly and easily. So we will be contacting the House again for this bill. The Senate already has lots of support for this, so that's why it's just the House for it. Issue 7, this is where the funding comes in. We want, so in the current continuing resolution, there are funding for most of these programs that we want funding for, but there is not the level of funding that we want for these programs. One of the things we're specifically asking for is more funding for APH for the Monarch. We are also seeking additional funding for the older individuals that are blind program, which is woefully underfunded. I believe in one of our meetings, they said the amount that it's currently funded at equates to about $10 per adult. So we are asking again, emails to be sent for all these programs. It's NLS, APH, special education services, just across the board. Basically, if there's an agency that helps the blind, we need it funded fully or at a higher level. And I can give more information about that specifically, but just trying to wrap up for everyone. So, is there any questions? I know that was a whole lot of information at once. Yes, what's your question, Cheyenne?
So the very first thing you talked about that I can't remember the name of. If that is implemented, does this mean that the OBR will no longer exist at all?
So this is where there's a lot of uncertainty, unfortunately. I talked to our national legislative team a couple days ago to see, said we have some unique funding issues already in the state. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that here very soon, if the government shutdown doesn't end, we could see at least a temporary closure of OVR. Now, it would just be a couple. What we're hoping is that if the continuing resolution gets passed here soon, there is money in that bill for the 26th fiscal year, and they will get that sent out before these reduction in forces go into place, and that will give us a little bit of time. But we have no idea what happens past this really at this point. There's talk about it going to different agencies. There's all kinds of things that are up in the air. It should require an act of Congress to move these programs to other agencies, but we've seen issues with that as well. We just don't know, and there's never been more at risk that we could possibly lose. This is kind of everything if this is not fixed in a satisfactory way. Well, we fully believe that as well. And like I said, people that have been doing this for 2-3 times as long as me have never seen anything like this. Yeah, I've joined in 2005 and never saw. 1974, 5, yeah. So I talked to Kathy a lot. I thought maybe ADA, the fight for that would have been similar, but that was to get rights, not to lose rights. And it was not I don't remember a time where there's been a call for us to be in DC in 2 weeks. I don't remember a time where we've sent out 7 legislative alerts in 5 weeks. And that there's a ton of other issues on our website that are equally important that haven't been legislative alerts yet. There's a lot going on in a very rapid amount of time.
I don't remember a time where it feels like the government as a whole is trying to phase out people with disabilities because they'd rather not think about us.
Do we have any other questions?
I think we're in a very uncertain time, and we don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that it's not time to sit back and think that everything's going to be okay.
Yep.
We need to be vigilant. We need to be proactive in what we're doing.
We need everyone in this room, all your friends, all your family, any contacts you have. Send these emails, make these phone calls, talk to people about it, let them know. Sandra, for example, has a lot of contacts with other disabled groups that are not getting enough information, but they are on our side and they need this information.
And it's not just blind people. It is all disability groups. So just real quickly, I was part of the Kentucky State Rehabilitation Council. I served on that. And we did not receive our grant money for our first quarter. And so because we didn't receive the grant money from the federal government, they let all the temporary staff go. And many people may not realize how severe that was. But yeah, all of the ADECO employees were gone. And then they had to move some of the personnel out and get them under the unemployment insurance as a contract worker where the federal government would pay their salary. And then they closed all the categories. So it's serious.
If I might just make one comment. Last February, Laura and Danielle and I went to Washington, D.C. for our annual Washington seminar, as we call it.
Can everybody hear her?
Well,
That boy, that's a first. Last February,
Laura and Danielle and I went to Washington, D.C. And one of the main issues that we talked about was protecting all of these programs. And oh my goodness, everybody was on our side. Oh no, we're not going to tear down all these programs. Oh no, they're so important. Well, here we are today. And so, you know, well, and I think we have an administration that just, well, just I don't know, with the stroke of a pen. And I think what bothers me is maybe some of these changes aren't going to be so bad. I mean, we can only hope that when they put maybe vending under, Randolph Shepherd, under the Department of Labor, and something else under Health and Human Services. But tell us what you're doing. What's the plan? You just come in with a wrecking ball? And that's what it seems like to me. And we fought for ages not to have a medical model, to let the eye doctors decide what equipment you need in school or what's on your IEP. They're doctors. They know about eye diseases, eye surgeries. They don't know how to educate blind people just because you're, I can't.
Can I just one other thing? In a positive note, I wanted to thank Todd Stevens. I don't know, Todd, how many years you served as our legislative director. We have switched roles. He is our legislative assistant now, and I just want to thank him for all the years that he put into service to NFBK in this role. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Katie. And as Katie said, we know that was a lot of information to throw at you at once. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Katie as our legislative director. Please feel free to reach out to me. Probably anybody else on the board. Yeah, just reach out to us. We'd be glad to talk about it. The next presenter we have is Danielle, and she's going to talk to us kind of about the state of what's happening with the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation. So Danielle sits on the statewide Rehabilitation Council, and she can give us some information about kind of what's going on. Like right now, we know, again, as we've just heard, there is a lot going on. Yes.
It's 5:25.
Okay. Well, it's fine.
I promise it's gonna be short. But Angela, talk. Right here. All the folks are having a party. Off the mic. There. Hold on. No.
Go ahead and go. We have a bag of smelly things.
Really smelly thing. Just sit down. Sit.
All canes point to Alan Shrebishenko, winner of the door prize.
All right. Let me try to get close to this mic. I'm too short. Okay. All right. We good? We got the door prize. We got it all ready to go. All right. I'm going to be super quick, okay? If you got questions, come find me later because it's 5:25. I don't know about you guys, but we got to get ready for banquets. So, so I am I'm very new to this. So if I don't know the answer, Todd might know it because he's been on the council much longer than me. I am now the chair of the statewide council for vocational rehabilitation. And what that is the council is kind of a guiding it's made up of 19 members. I have a whole list of all that comprises, but due to time I'm not going to read that. But what I will tell you is they
the membership consists of very specific individuals. It consists of specifically people with physical and sensory disabilities. It consists of, a rehabilitation counselor, partners in agencies that serve independent living, and the National Federation of the Blind in Kentucky is represented, as well as the American Council of the Blind in Kentucky is represented as well. So that's just to give you a very general overview of who all is on the council. It is also comprised of several different committees. And we do have a blind services committee. I also chair that. We right now have pretty much 2 members, myself and Terry Turlow. And so if anyone is interested, please come find me, because it's kind of hard to do business with 2 people. The mission of the statewide council for OVR, and I'm going to read it because I am never going to get this right, is for the state is to analyze policies, programs, services, and make recommendations, advise, and partner with the agency and stakeholders. And the goal is to ensure services, policies, programs are consumer-oriented, consumer-driven, resulting in meaningful employment, self-sufficiency, and independence. So essentially, we act as a guide to OVR and make sure that services are being delivered as they should be. And that's kind of what we do in a nutshell. I'm going to be super quick. If there's, huh?
Talk about what's going on right now.
Yeah, thank you. It's been a long day. So right now, there's not a whole lot we can do. As of right now, OVR is closed all service categories of disabilities. As of last Monday, we met for our 4th quarter meeting, and as of right now, there's no updates. There's no updates of when they will reopen categories. So unfortunately, I feel like I'm standing here telling you I have no information, but that is the current state. Unless something's changed between, in a week, we do not. It's closed. I will tell you that, when it is open, usually the council does get a little bit of warning. If I know of anything, I will, pass it along to, our members and let you know. Yeah, it's been close. Is it May 16th, I believe? Either the 14th or the 16th, but it was closed. So it's been closed since May. We are still meeting. We did meet even with the government shutdown. So, and that's really.
So Danielle, currently, if individuals are already a consumer, they are still receiving services.
Correct. If you are already a consumer and you already have an employment plan in place, you are receiving services, and at this current time, you should continue to receive services. So hopefully that does not change.
But new consumers are not being taken.
No, now you can contact OVR and open a case, and start the application process. From my understanding, it would take applications. And I believe the current state of right now is you will be placed on a waiting list for eligibility determination. So.
Are there any other questions for Danielle specifically about what's going on with OVR?
I would say, in conclusion, everybody please think about serving, that this is the way that you can serve. It is a governor-appointed position, but they are really struggling for people that will make that commitment.
Yes, I I can get the information later. I can't remember. This is my third conference this week, so I can't remember, but I can get the information. There is one committee that does not have a chair right now. Might be one of the policy ones. Does not have a chair, and they were asking for a chair of the program. And because I'm the chair of the council, I'm supposed to assist in finding that person. So if you are interested, I'm serving on the council. We meet 4 times a year. So it's not that bad. You meet just 4 times a year, and you can meet via Zoom. Just definitely reach out because we need a couple more people.
Yes, Joe. Joe would like to serve.
Come find me later. Okay. You know where I'm at, so.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Danielle. We appreciate the update. With that being said, guys, we have reached the end of session 2 of our general sessions for the day. Sorry, the dogs just tried to get tangled up. With that being said, we will stand adjourned until 7 p.m., which we will meet back in here for our annual banquet. So I will see you all then.
Folks, can you guys hear me? Sandra and I will be at the registration table at about 6:40 for tickets for the raffle and also for PAC. If you've not yet signed up for PAC, we'll be taking those as well at 6:40. Thank you.